I'm Jerome Foster, and you're joining me here at Sabina Park for the third round West Indies championship match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. It was once dubbed the mini West Indies clash when these two teams met in the early 80s and the 90s. And since then, things have changed a little, but the rivalry is still there. A Jamaica versus Barbados clash in cricket is a big clash, no matter which day, week, or year. And the Scorpions, they start today in third place, while the Pride, they are fifth. The Pride, they won the toss, and no surprise is that they have decided to bowl first, based on the fact that there is some weather around here in Jamaica, some expected showers as well throughout this week. Craig Brathwaite is the captain. And you have Shaquille Cumberbatch, I think, will be making his debut. Shane Dowrich, Jonathan Drakes, Akeem Jordan, Jair McAllister, who comes in along with Cumberbatch, Zachary McCaskey, Shane Mosley, Russian Primus, Jamel Warrican, and Kevin Wickham. So the two changes from last week's game is the two holders are out, the Shem holder and Shemar holder, Shaquille Cumberbatch and Jair McAllister are the men in. While for the Scorpions, two force changes. Marquino Minley, he's out with an injury. And so too is Nkrumah Bonner, who is probably going to be a massive blow in this innings or this order. He's out with a niggle. In comes Leroy Lugg for Nkrumah Bonner and Derval Green, who played the first game, replaces Marquino Minley. I'm joined by Kesrick Williams, and he will tell me whether or not he's surprised that the Barbados Pride has decided to bowl first up, and give us your expectations for today's game.
Good morning. Good morning to our viewers. Welcome again. We're back here at Sabina Park. The sun is out in all its glory, and my good friend, Mr. Foster, is here, decked out in all black and blue pants. Wondering if he didn't get the dress code this morning. But anyway, we're here again at Sabina Park. Barbados decide to bowl on this track. Looking at the track this morning when I went out, looks like it has a little bit of moisture in it here at Sabina. The last game, what we expected from the track, we didn't really get it because the first game, Foster, the track was very consistent in terms of bounce. This track that they're playing on here now is actually closer to the one that the first game was played on. So we're expecting something similar from the first game. So I'm thinking that the reason why they decide to bowl first is that extra moisture that is in the wicket in terms of the consistency in bounce, and they saw what happened when Jamaica batted first here against the Windward Islands. I'm guessing that they would want to try to repeat that this morning, get some early in rolls with bowlers like Jordan, who swings the ball, and he would use the extra moisture that's in the track. I'm guessing that's the reason why they decided to come out and bowl first here this morning.
And based on what we have seen here at Sabina Park for the first two games is that the very first hour of play is very difficult to bat, especially with the covers being on the surface for a large period of time yesterday because of the rain. But the Barbados Pride, they did train here yesterday, but they couldn't get a chance to look at the wicket because of the rains that were around. So I think, personally, bowling first here at Sabina Park is the best choice, given that you want to maximize your potential of getting early wickets and using up whatever moisture, as you mentioned, is in the wicket. But it generally gets easier to bat in the afternoon, as well as days 2 and 3, as we saw with the Windward Islands Volcanoes here, as well as CCC here last week, where after the first hour or so, Jonathan Carter was able to set out his stall and bat throughout the day. CCC made over 300, and then the Scorpions did return to make over 300 as well. So it tells you that there is consistency in terms of run scoring here at Sabina Park because the Volcanoes, they also made a large score. They made over 300 against the Jamaica Scorpions in the first game. And the Scorpions didn't bat so well. And I think this is where the game can be decided if you're the Barbados Pride, is those early wickets. And given that Bonner is not a part of the 11 as well.
Yeah, definitely. Losing Bonner, the guy that's full of experience in this lineup. I mean, Lug played last year. Haven't had a lot of first-class games. I didn't really play a lot of first-class games. But what I've been looking at over the last couple of days, the last game that was played here, where Jonathan Carter scored most of his runs, was that he played in himself. He waited an extra time to look at the ball a lot more. And it then becomes easier. Even the game against the Windwards and the Scorpions, after the first hour or so, it looked like it got a bit easier. But the Windward Island Volcano bowling was just a bit too much. In terms of the line and length, it was just too much for Jamaica. And that's what I think outdone them. But we're here now, Akeem Jordan with ball in hand, usually seam the ball. So the first hour of play, Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown have a lot of work to do to see off this first hour and then decide how they're going to go about putting on runs.
So, Walton on strike. Carlos Brown is at the non-strikers end. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite is the standing umpire. Jacqueline Williams is at square leg. And the big in-swinger from Jordan early. And this is what he's known for, by the way, Akeem Jordan. That big booming in-swinger to the right-hander. And Walton just flashing at it outside the off-stump.
He can be a handful here, Jordan, with that big in-swinger. If you notice the moisture that's inside the wicket still, inside the pitch, Chadwick Walton just marking where he would usually bat. You can see how dark it is.
That one died in front of the wicket keeper and tells you the lack of pace early on and about just about the amount of moisture that is in the wicket. But remember last year, Jordan did extremely well as well. You get that dark spot.
You can see the imprint of Chadwick Walton marking at the crease where he would normally bat. So you can see how dark it is. So it shows the pitch do have a lot of moisture. It's just how Akeem Jordan go about using it. Not a lot of pace from him. But usually what he does is that usually get into stride first before he starts to look to hit the deck harder.
Yeah. And an interesting field, by the way. 4 slips. A cover. There is no point. There is mid-off, mid-on, short leg for those in-swingers. And there's a man at fine leg who is Jair McAllister. Collected by wicketkeeper Shane Dowrich behind the stumps.
That's the thing about bowling those big in-swingers. You have to be very, very meticulous in terms of the line in which you bowl, because anything too straight would always go down the leg side. But speaking of Akeem Jordan, I want to shift a little bit to Kamabash. He's making his debut today, bowling all-rounder.
Full delivery, 2 full, and that's easy pickings for Chadwick Walton. This is a man who blazed his way to 163 last week, so he's in some touch. That was just 2 full from Jordan.
It was 2 full. Chadwick Walton, invitation that he would not turn down. Latched on to that one, just easing it out to just in front of point for 4. Looks in touch. Saw him bat a few balls yesterday, and he didn't really bat long because that's the type of player he is. He understands his cricket.
Half-hearted appeal there from Jordan and the slips as the first over of the day comes to an end, and it's 4 without loss. The Jamaica Scorpions, they have been sent in by the Barbados Pride, and just to give you a rundown of the 11s again for those who just joined us, the Pride, their captain, Craig Brathwaite, who is the West Indies Test captain, Shakil Komabach making his First class debut. Shane Dorrich is a wicketkeeper, while there's Jonathan Drakes, Akeem Jordan, Jair McAllister, Zachary McCaskey, Shane Mosey, Russian Primus, Jamel Warrican, and the informed Kevin Wickham, who I have a lot of time for. While for the Scorpions, captain is Jermaine Blackwood. As we said, the openers, Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown. There is Leroy Lugg, Abhijay Mansingh, Pete Salmon, Romaine Morris, Gordon Bryan, Kurt McKenzie, O.J. Shields, Derval Green. And he is the man who came in for Marquina Minley, while Leroy Lugg, as we said, came in for Nkrumah Bonner, who suffered an injury in the days leading up to the game, while the changes for the Bajans, Shem Holder and Shemar Holder, they are both out, while Shakil Komabach and the man who has the ball in hand, Jair McAllister, who steams away from the Michael Holding end. That one almost bounced a couple of times through to wicketkeeper Dorrich. Reiterates Keswick's point about the amount of moisture that is in the wicket. Not going to be easy for you to drive on the up, especially in this first hour or so, hour and a half. A lot of application will be demanded here. The Scorpions didn't do so well when they were asked to do that in the first game against the Volcanoes. 3 slips and a gully, down. Good delivery there.
Well, that's the thing that would happen probably the first hour of play or so. It would be difficult to really drive, especially bowling that top of off stump length. It's going to be difficult to play, but whenever it settles down, whenever that moisture is gone, it would be a bit easier. But I'll tell you one thing though. The first game that was played here, in terms of the bounce and the consistency that we got over the first game between Jamaica and Windwards, it was a sight to see. The second pitch wasn't as consistent. Some kept low, but this wicket is closer to the one that was played on in the first game here.
And Brown just making a look at it, just taking a look and then going against his natural will of playing that full-blooded cut shot. He allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. And I was having a discussion last evening, by the way, re the pitches here in Jamaica. And you've seen the stats. Fast bowlers have dominated the wickets here in Jamaica, whether they have been at Chedwin Park or Kensington. Brown plays inside that one. And Ryan John has found favor with Jamaica. I think he has 13 wickets so far in the competition. Really put the Scorpions under pressure here and then did an extremely good job in the second game, the second innings. Shamar Springer, who I think has gotten quicker this season, is into double figures as well. Gordon Bryan has taken close to 10 wickets for the Scorpions. Fast, short delivery there from McAllister to end the second over, which is a maiden, and the Scorpions remain at 4 without loss.
Not a bad first over by J.R. McAllister. Just probing just outside the line of off stump. Good length as well. Obviously, he's quicker than Akeem Jordan, who would usually hit that length and line and seam the ball. Looking at Jordan, he reminds me of Kevin McLean out of Barbados, who played for the CCC as well. I think he was on tour with West Indies. When West Indies had that strike, I think they were playing a series against Bangladesh in St. Vincent. I think that's the time when
Walton
Darren Sammy,
made his debut as well.
Walton was there.
Jordan continues to Walton, by the way, Yeah.
Ryan Austin was there as well. I think
Floyd
Omar
Reefer.
Phillips made his debut. Floyd Reefer. I think Kimar Roach as well was there. So it was sort of like a new squad. West Indies and the players had a little bit of issue, and they had to bring in a bunch of new guys to play against Bangladesh in St. Vincent.
Walton goes for a hard swoosh at that. A quick shout of no ball by the umpire Brathwaite. And 5 runs now added to the total. I wonder if Walton heard that loud scream from the umpire, because he made a wild whoosh at it. It's now 5 without loss. He's rather upright in his delivery as well, Jordan.
Not really seeing the pace right now from Jordan, but in terms of the line that he's bowling, he's just really probing outside the line of foot stump. Try to keep it outside there. Maybe try to entice Chadwick Walton into that drive.
Yeah. And has a good memory of playing against the Scorpions, because last year he really burst onto the scene with that. When I say burst onto the scene, not saying that he wasn't around, but he really made a name for himself last season in first-class cricket, including that match against the Scorpions where the Pride went on to win by 6 wickets. Really ran through the top order. Yeah.
Skipper Brathwaite actually make a change in the field, taking out the first slip in Warwick and then putting him at square leg.
And there's a straightish mid-wicket as well. That man was at short leg.
Just a lack of pace.
Yeah. Comes back into Walton. He takes his top hand off the bat. But the ball trickles down to fine leg. And gets a single to take the score up to 6, 5 runs to Chadwick Walton.
So this is something that I realized, that not only the volcano bowlers, but a lot of bowlers in the Caribbean, that's how they bowl now, especially in first-class cricket. They bowl in a way to try to protect their figures and don't really attack the stump as much. John here, he would bowl 4, 5 deliveries outside the line of 4th, 5th stump, and then he will hit that line and length that he should be hitting more consistently.
Weaves away to Brown, who takes a couple of steps. Yeah.
Having the batter to play. Because the more you play as a batter, the more you get tired outside there, the more you have them playing. But a lot of bowlers now, I think they're believing, protecting their figures, keep it outside here, and then that one that comes back.
An interesting change there from Craig Brathwaite. He has pushed back Jamil Warwick onto the square leg boundary. Probably the advancement of Brown. Previously, that one is full and shaped in. And luckily, he got his bat down in time. But that was a strange move. And that completes the 4th over. Well, it should be the 3rd over of play. The Barbados Pride winning the toss and electing to field. The Jamaica Scorpions, they are 6 without loss. McAllister will continue. I find it strange, by the way, that Shem Holder has been left out. You figure that McAllister sitting out the first 2, he would get a chance to play one of these games on tour. And the same could be said as well about Cumberbatch, because he was on the bench for the first 2 games.
Well, I'm guessing most of the wickets, most of the wickets here in the last two games that was played, apart from Zishan Matara from CCC, most of the wickets that fall was two pace. Windward Island, we saw them in the first game against Jamaica, bowling majority of their overs of pace. We didn't see a lot of Kenneth Demba. That's a good one, just seaming away on top of a good length. Chadwick Walton just leaving it. But yeah, Windwards didn't really bowl much overs of spin. Jamaica, Pete Salmon, he came in, he bowled a few overs. Abhijay Mansingh, we saw him bowl a few overs. And then again, CCC, Zishan Matara bowled a bulk of their overs. At one point, he bowled a whole session from lunch to tea. So I'm guessing
Walton is solid behind that delivery.
I'm guessing Barbados is probably thinking, this is the main ground in Jamaica, and if we're gonna get a good wicket that fast bowlers can operate on, it would be here.
Yeah.
And so far, this pitch have shown some consistency, or these pitches have shown some consistency in terms of bounce, and what you put in, you get out.
Yeah. Turns Walton square McAllister, but he gets behind it efficiently and effectively. Walton. And the last time Shemar Holder actually played a game here at Sabina Park, that was in 2020. He was actually the man of the match. That game finished inside 2 days. And it was a similar type of surface. Not the same amount of moisture, but it was spicy.
It's somewhat of a ticklish one when it comes to playing here at Sabina. That one is a peach. He's really bowling some good gas here, Foster.
Yeah. Good pace, good carry as well. Lifted off a length, and Walter was tempted to use his hands, but he, at the last minute, refrained from doing that.
What you definitely have to like is the era in which he's consistently hitting. Right around that era that Chadwick Walton is trying to do some gardening. I'm very impressed with the lines and length that he's hitting now. The last over, it was good, but this one is even better now.
Getting into his work is McAllister, bowling from that Michael holding end. Oh, that's short and quick. Walter was off his feet. He got out of, wouldn't say he dealt with it very well, but he dealt with it effectively. And he's still there, which is the main thing. Good pace.
I'll tell you something, Foster. Those lifting bumpers are the ones that is hard to get away from, because they come from a good length, and instead of the travel, they come up to you, and then there's usually that one that comes back. Those bumpers are the hard one to get away from, especially if you can hit that length and it's coming back to the batter. If it goes on straight, fine, but when it's coming back at you, find it difficult to get away from it. It's a serious ball.
Yeah. Well directed. And good pace being shown here from McAllister, who was part of the West Indies A team in South Africa recently. I see Carlos Brown continuing to take a couple of steps outside of his crease to try to negate that movement from Hakeem Jordan, that inward movement that he has. What he's done so well so far is have those deliveries that shape or where hold the line, really.
So far, he have gone to 2 A-team tours now. One in Bangladesh and then one in South Africa. Showed good promise as well.
Really.
His last first-class game was against South Africa A. Picked up 2 wickets for 64 runs off 16 overs. did pick up a 5-wicket haul, I think, in Bangladesh.
Yeah. Angle down the leg side from Jordan, starting that one a little bit too straight. And a lot has been said about McAllister as well. And some people believe that he should have been playing all the games here in Jamaica because he's probably the quickest bowler in the Barbados Pride team.
Probably. He is.
Comfortably.
And with the lines that we're seeing here that he's hitting, this is really good.
What a drive, what a shot. A shot of class from Carlos Brown. The shot of the morning so far. He just eased that one to the right of Craig Brathwaite, who didn't even move. Russian Primus at mid-off. He just went in chase to retrieve it. What a shot. Beautiful.
I really don't want to add anything else to that, Foster. You said it all. Another word added to try to tell you how good that shot was, it would spoil it. Poetry in motion, you call that one. Really well played by Carlos Brown.
A top shot.
That will only make him more confident now. A shot like that, beating the man at mid-off in Primus. It's a lovely shot.
Indeed.
So looking at Barbados' team, as I mentioned in the last game, I think Barbados is a Windward Island now. Remember I mentioned that.
Yeah.
So
Edge doesn't carry. That was Kevin Wickham moving away to his right.
a little bit of information that probably the viewers might not know of. So Windward have 2 Barbados players because of the franchise system.
I was going to ask you that.
Tevin Walcott and Shamar Springer.
They have a
And
Vinci.
Barbados have 2 Vincentian
Yes,
players.
I knew it. I knew it. I know one. I don't know the other one. I'm going to tell you the one that I know.
Who do you know?
Jamel Warrican.
Jamel Warrican,
Yeah.
yes. And then there's Primus.
Oh, whoa. Really?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
yes.
Okay.
But
I didn't know he was...
It's not by the franchise system, though.
Okay.
They have lived most of their life in Barbados. But they are Vincentian. We still have them. Whenever they come to St. Vincent to play VPL, they play as locals. And we
Okay.
embrace them as locals as well.
McAllister continuing to Walton. That's too far down the leg side. But Jamel Warrican he was born as
Yes,
a Vincentian.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, I know
Primus
I
is
remember.
there. Primus is there a bit more often than Jamel.
Yeah.
Primus is very closely knitted with his family back at home. Also to Warrican. So now you believe me when I said that Barbados is a Windward Island now?
I can't give you that. I don't think the Bajans are going to feel as
they'll be
justified
fine.
as me. But
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. So I can say the Windward Islands have a lot of West Indies players.
Yeah.
We had Malcolm Marshall. That's the reason why I always say Malcolm Marshall. You see the reason why.
It makes sense now. It makes sense now.
He's a Vincentian. We're connected. St. Vincent and the Barbados.
Short delivery from McAllister there, and Walton did well to get behind it. By the way, as you mentioned, the Vincentian, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they have one change to their squad. The captain is back, by the way, Alec Athanase.
That should be a world of good for them.
Yeah, and they're the leaders. Haven't won this competition since 1981 when it was a combined islands.
Islands.
Yeah, with Leeward Islands. So for them to
Can
be
you-
at the top and probably go on to win.
Can you name one player that was in that squad that year that they won?
1981,
Yeah. Let me see how good you are.
I'd probably say Ralston Otto or so. Probably not.
Danley Joseph, I think. Out of St. Vincent.
Lockhart Sebastian wasn't playing at that time.
I think he was in that
Yeah.
team as well. Grace Shillingford.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, please message me and let me know, people.
By the way, the That game, the Windward Islands, they're playing at Chedwin Park.
Also, you mentioned something earlier. This used to be the mini West
West
Indies.
Indies clash, yeah. They had those type of names.
I think we had a bigger rivalry in Barbados and Leewars. What do you think? Leewars had players like the Curtly Ambrose,
Survive and so on.
Survive and the Andy Roberts, and you know these guys. So
And
over some
they will be
years,
bowling to the likes of Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes.
so I would say probably that one would have been a mini test match.
When you had the likes of Michael Holding playing for Jamaica, etc.
Curtly over for some years too, not just
Yeah.
Richie Richardson,
Well,
Benjamins.
yeah. Edge and a flying take. An outstanding catch from Shane Dorrich. An unfortunate way for Walton to go, but a top delivery again from McAllister, lifted, and he could only fend it. And Dorrich sprung to his right. First slip was interested, but the keeper said, "Not today, it's mine." And he took an outstanding catch to his right. Let's look at it again. McAllister gets his first wicket of the day. Lifting delivery, and Dorrich took no chances. And he didn't even celebrate either. It's just another one. Good catch, 10 for 1, the Scorpions.
It's an outstanding catch, showing his experience. He has been around for some time. But it's a lovely catch. And you would say unfortunate, but I would say it's a good delivery because that's the era that he has been working with since he started his spell. Hard of a good length, just outside the line of off stump, and it's usually coming back to Walton as well. That's the sort of delivery that I usually would say is the hardest ones to play because it's coming back at you with pace as well.
It really leapt at him. If we could see the replay again, it really sprung off a length to Walton, who was almost committing to come forward a bit. And then he had to adjust very quickly. The ball was just too quick onto him. He did well, in my estimation, to get his hands off, to try to cut down the speed of the ball going behind him. But it just had too much pace on it from McAllister. And that was the final ball of over number 6, by the way. And he picked up the big wicket of Chadwick Walton for 5. And the Scorpions 10 for 1. Kurt McKenzie, the West Indies number 3 batter. He has joined Carlos Brown. And importantly for Barbados Pride is Craig Brathwaite has seen enough of Akeem Jordan already. And he's turned to the debutant in Shaquille Cumberbatch. He'll be bowling right arm medium pace from over the wicket. He has number 94 in his back.
Well, good to see him here with the Barbados franchise. He's actually a ground staff at Kensington Oval.
Wow.
Always been in and around the Barbados setup.
Takes the edge immediately. Wow. No wonder why Craig Brathwaite has turned to him. He has assessed the wicket pretty early.
Usually been in and around the team, but just as a net bowler, finally got a chance to get into Childs, and immediately he showed his worth. He's here now, he's 29, plays for Empire Cricket Club. He is from St. Michael's. But I was also told that in terms of consistency, he has been the best throughout the Childs. But this is really, really good from him. This is what you call persistence. This is what you call determination. A guy who has always been a net bowler, a wrong practice, works as a ground staff at Kensington Oval, finally got a chance to get into Childs and show his worth. He's 29 and making his debut. This is something that you will definitely love. These are the stories that you would like to hear about players We'd love to see him put in a performance here for the Pride.
You can see that he's already hit the same area 3 times in this over. Cumberbatch. And
Well,
that's a popular name in Barbados, by the way.
He's also a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah. Bats left-handed, I think.
So I get...
So
He's really good with the bat as well. You never know, Cumberbatch. You might be in Winwards next year.
because the Asians, they love the Barbadian all-rounders.
Yeah, the Volcanoes love an all-rounder from the Barbados.
That's down the leg side. It's a good story, by the way. It's a great story. To say that you probably is not where you start, but how you
finish.
How you finish.
Because over the years, he was always... Well, he plays for Empire Cricket Club in Barbados. So over the years, he has always been in and around trials, but not really in trials, but just there as a net bowler. He works at Kensington. He's presently working at Kensington as a ground staff. And at 29, making his debut for Barbados definitely shows, look, I'm determined, I want to make it, and I'm going to make it. And well done to you, young man. You're here now. It's just a matter of staying here, putting in that work to stay here and even go further.
Indeed. His final delivery of his first over in first-class cricket, Shaquille Cumberbatch. Goes wide off the crease and driven down to mid-on by Carlos Brown, who plays that one in what they call the V. And that completes a maiden over. The first one for Shaquille Cumberbatch in first-class cricket. A good start to his debut. The Scorpions, they lost the wicket of Chadwick Walton, caught behind of Jair McAllister. A lifting delivery from the big, strong, fast bowler. If you see members of the Sabina Park ground staff here in Jamaica, haven't had a lot of work to do relating to cricket in Jamaica for a long time. In terms of first-class cricket, this is the first set of games back in Jamaica for 4 years. Last time a game was played here was February 2020. And guess who it was? Scorpions for sure, but guess who the opposition was?
Windward Islands.
Nope. Barbados Pride. Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks. I wasn't here. I wasn't wrong. Yeah. My apologies. Sorry.
Are you surprised by the way that Shamar Holt has been left out? Or
that's the only surprise I think that he's left out. He's a hard worker as well.
Mackenzie faces his first delivery from McAllister, who is working up a good head of steam here. He's really charging in. Hasn't conceded a run, by the way, Kez.
Well, to be honest with you, looking at the surface, with the moisture that we saw this morning, and knowing that these pitches here at Sabina give that consistency in bounce, I'm sure that skipper Brathwaite look at the pitch yesterday and realize the grass that's inside of it and decide, look, we have to use our fastest bowler on this pitch.
Indeed.
And he's showing his skipper that, look, you made the right choice.
Yeah.
So far, he's delivering a good bunch of balls here. I'm very impressed with in terms of the lines and the lengths that he's bowling, with some good gas as well.
Left alone by Mackenzie, and so it's 7.5 overs. The Scorpions have just mustered 10 runs. So while the Pride aren't blowing them away, they are keeping things tight. McAllister toiling away. Early success for him. He's operating now with a short leg and a deep backward square to Mackenzie. He's easy behind the deliveries. And Mackenzie is one of those players who the Scorpions are banking on to come good in this game. Hasn't really delivered as yet. You can go out on a limb and say he hasn't delivered. He hasn't gotten a quality score in both matches to date. So this is his opportunity. And as a test player, you need to stamp your class in these matches. A change in angle for McAllister. Went round the wicket to the left-hander. But he's hitting the bat hard. You can hear it from here.
That's something that he's not short on. In terms of pace, we know that he has pace, but it's just a matter of him being able to sustain that over extended period.
By the way, 3 of the 4 coaches here in Jamaica, head coaches, are bowlers. Wrapping Mackenzie on the thigh, the inner thigh. We can probably discuss that after this over as we take a look at this delivery from McAllister. It was quick onto Mackenzie. But I'll probably allow you to discuss it a little bit more with Kimberly Forbes as I take my leave. And I will rejoin in a couple minutes time. But Andrew Richardson, fast bowler. Vasbert Drakes, fast bowler. Kenroy Peters, not fast, but still
Fast bowler.
fast bowler. Pedro Collins is part of the CCC. Robert Samuels is their head coach. So that's 3 of the 4 teams here in Jamaica. Nikita Miller
And Ryan
Ryan
Hines.
Hines, they're
Barbados.
bowlers. Yeah, bowling out. Well, Hines would probably consider himself as a batting all-rounder, but he was still a bowler of some sort.
Brings me back to that point that we were talking about in the first game. That conversation I had with the physio who mentioned that fast bowlers
Deserve more money.
deserve more money.
Yeah.
But you know what happened?
Batters are better thinkers, though.
I want to say that, but this is what I'll say. It shows because fast bowlers' career probably end quicker than batters.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the reason why you have so much fast bowlers going into coaching, because their career end faster. I guess, I don't know.
It could
Maybe
be.
that's the reason.
It could be. It could be. Their shelf life as a player.
Or we just love the game more.
It
Or
could.
we just want to keep connected.
Cumberbatch goes wide of the wicket. That is down the leg side, as you would hear the voice of Kimberly Forbes after Kesrick Williams' point about Cumberbatch and his bowling action as well. He's not as tall as McAllister or Jordan. He puts a lot into his deliveries.
Looks like a mini Primus to me. Stocky. Strong built. Finding the edge again. Cumberbatch the second time in his second over of his first class career. Finding the edge again. Looking at his action or his run up, still looks a bit rocky. Look like he's in a boat that's on rough water. That's just a joke. Don't take me serious, people. Still need to run a little bit. Still need to work on his alignment a little bit more. Still a bit rocky. But Kimberly Forbes, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Keswick. I'm great. How about you?
I'm fine. It's been good going here so far from Barbados. They have picked up 1 wicket so far, wicket of Chadwick Walton. I'm sure that they're happy to see the back of Chadwick Walton this morning. So, I hope that's not Foster leaving us.
Well, and I know that Craig Brathwaite, he'll be happy with that wicket. And I must commend the bowlers. They have started pretty well, being disciplined already, being pretty tidy outside the off stump. And this morning, when I had a chat with Brathwaite, he said he was impressed with the pitch, and he must commend the ground staff for the wonderful work they have been doing with the pitches. So he expects his bowlers to execute here today.
Well, one thing I must say, so far, Cumberbatch have been living up to expectation. Doing my research and having a conversation as well with the coach in Ryan Hines, he did say he's probably one of their most consistent bowlers in terms of hitting errors. So far, just one delivery going down the leg side. And that one is driven. Lovely. Carlos Brown all morning getting better. Poetry in motion again from Carlos Brown. Really well played. It was aerial for a while, but it was safe, Kimberly.
Yes, indeed, it was safe, and that's a brilliant shot from him to end the over. 4 runs coming from it. And he had a wonderful time last week with Walton, who is back in the dugout. He played, Carlos Brown played 48 runs. I guess he wants to continue where he left off against the CCC, and he will have to try and build that partnership with Kurt McKenzie. We haven't seen Kurt McKenzie do anything with the bat yet. I hope today will be his day to carry on, because the Scorpions, they will want to look beyond that 169 partnership that they had with the CCC to put up a good total on the board. 4 days to complete round 3 here at Sabina Park.
Well, Jerry McAllister has the ball in hand again. The thing about fast bowling that I like is fast bowler who's good with the new ball, but better with the old ball. We saw that Gordon Bryant from the Scorpions. We saw how good he is with the new ball, but he's even better with the old ball, because with the new ball, he'll usually just seam it away from the right-handers and bring it back to the left-handers. But with the old ball, he can do both.
Yes, and talking about the fast bowlers, looking at the Michael Olden end there, Keswick, it is very windy coming from the north down by the KC College area. So the bowlers, the pace bowlers, they will get some help with the wind to help the deliveries come into the butters. You're talking about Gordon Bryan, who have picked up 10 wickets so far from 2 games, with Pete Salmon behind him.
Well, the good thing about it is that he has the wind coming down behind of him, so it's bringing him down. So he has that support from the wind. So far, he have been doing a fantastic job in terms of the errors. Chadwick Walton wicket. It was definitely a plan out strategy to get rid of him. And that one's a bit too straight, but just worked off the legs by Kirk. Just a single though, which brings Carlos Brown on strike.
Yeah, we see some nice shot there from Carlos Brown. The first boundary he put away, he poses for the camera for about 4 seconds or so. Was very confident with that shot. And I must highlight Gordon Bryan. He's a very consistent bowler who lives outside of the off stump and bowl variations of deliveries and picked up 10 wickets already. I think he's a bowler that the West Indies should consider. And he has the speed as well.
Really well played from Carlos Brown. Looks a lot better today than he did in the first game or the last game. The last game, you saw him score 48 or so against CCC. That good partnership that he had with Chadwick Walton. I think that did a world of good for him in terms of his confidence. I've seen him play 2 brilliant shots this morning. That one a really good Yorker attempt by McAllister. Didn't really get through though, but good attempt. Just straight down the leg side a bit there. Could have only found the edge, but that's the end of the over. That's the end of the 10th over. The score now is 16-1.
Well, looking at McAllister, he bowled 5 overs and he picked up 1 for 1. So that says a lot for him. Bowling well, good line and length, and hitting the areas that he's supposed to be hitting. So Barbados, they won the toss and elected to field. Jermaine Blackwood said if he had won the toss, he would have fielded as well, because we had rain yesterday. So moisture is in the pitch. A bit of moisture is in the pitch. It is Brown who is on strike. 9 from 28 delivers.
That one. Started for the peel from the Prides. Guess it just was a bit too high. Gregory Brathwaite unmoved.
I think it was drifting down the leg side there.
With Nkrumah Bonner missing out today due to a lick of niggle, Kurt McKenzie will have a big job on his hands. Chadwick Walton being removed early from McAllister, trying to sneak in a single, but Cumberbatch doing the follow-up. Good energy from him so far.
Yeah, the energy of the bowlers are pretty high here for the Barbados Pride team. They are very alert, and they're not going to give, so far they're not giving the batters any room at all. And once those batters play those classic shots, you know that they really be patient for that. So 2 so far from Carlos Brown.
The story behind Shakil Cumberbatch is one that I really like. The reason why I like it is because it shows someone who is just determined and someone who believes in never giving up. Being a ground staff at Kensington Oval, and over the years, probably not getting into trials as much, he was just always there being a net bowler. Someone will think that after the age of 26, 27, I haven't played for Barbados yet, still playing club cricket, I'm going to give up. Can't get onto a first-class team at 25. You know what, that's it for me. But to show that he continued to work, continue to put in that extra yards, always turn up to be a net bowler for the Barbados Pride, and breaking into the squad at 29. Went into the trials and was the most consistent bowler in terms of his line and length, picking up a few wickets as well. And his first-class game against Jamaica, so far, his grouping looks good. And so far, in terms of consistency and what they were saying about him, he's showing that.
You know, they always say that hard work pays off. And that's a dot to end the over. The Scorpions, they're 16-1 at the end of over number 11. Yeah, and back to what you said earlier, hard work do pay off. And you know, not giving up, your break will come one day. The objective is not to give up. Carlos Brown, he's a 9 from 34. Kirk McKenzie yet to get off the mark, faced 10 deliveries already. Looking over on the sea here in Kingston, Jamaica.
I always believe that every cricketer do have a story. And sometimes that story would really sum up how determined you are, what you have gone through. And it will want to, that story would make you want to perform even more. Because I can remember, I've never actually played under 15 cricket for St. Vincent or Windward Islands. And then I finally got my break at the under 19 level. After the under 19 level, I struggled a couple of years to get onto the senior team, but I never gave up. Continue to work. And then that hard work paid off. Sometimes you're gonna have rough patches. The most you can do is just go through those rough patches with a smile and do what you have to do.
And learn from them.
Learn from your mistakes. Sometimes it's good to make mistakes. You learn from your mistakes as you go along.
Indeed. You're talking about story. You have a nice story, Keswick, how you get started in cricket.
Let's not go there. Come on, Kimberly. Let's not go there.
But your story is an interesting story.
It is,
and
it
your
is, but
story actually motivates you to become Keswick Williams, the
Yeah, it
notebook
did,
man.
but I don't really talk about it too much. It's not something that I just keep it within me and know the reason why I do what I do and focus on that. Try to have a tunnel vision in terms of what I want to do. I always believe in never make something that you can control get the better of you.
That's true. But I only touched that point to say you have a very motivating story or motivational story.
Yeah, it is, but I keep it in the books.
Yeah.
I keep it in the books and I just continue to work hard, do what I have to do.
Yes, that's so true. But it's a wonderful day here at Sabina Park. The wind blowing across the ground. Sun is out in all its glory.
Akim John replacing McAllister. Coming from the Michael Holding end. With the breeze behind of him as well. Both teams that are playing here, both played 2 games, only win 1. Jamaica lost against Windwards. And Barbados lost against Windwards as well. And that's a peach. That's a peach. Mackenzie doing very well not to nick that one. So it's a dot ball to finish that Akim Jordan over. Finish it well. It deserves a shout as well. The score is 16 for 1 of 12 overs.
Yeah, you mentioned that both teams only won a game each. And we see where Jamaica, they're in 3rd position on 24.4 points. And Barbados, they're in 5th position on 22.8 points. So you mentioned earlier that Kirk McKenzie has a lot on his shoulders.
Speaking of points, the Volcanoes with 42.4. And that's showing how important the bowling and batting points are.
Yes, they're really leading the charge here.
And in terms of batting and bowling points, so far, they picked up the most batting and bowling points for all teams,
Yes,
which reflect clearly on the point standing.
indeed.
So far, they have had over 5 batters scoring over 50 runs or 5 half centuries so far in the tournament.
And that is what you would want your batters to do. Stay there and get runs.
So far they have Jeremiah, Sunil Ambris, Shamar Springer, Ryan John. Should have another one. It's kind of slipping me now, but when I remember, folks, I'll let you know. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Kamabat so far. He uses the angle as well on the crease. The skipper as well from the win was scored some runs in Kimani Melias. But this is Kamabat, still a little bit rocky, gets close to the crease. That one comes in close to the crease and then fall away. Still needs a lot of work, and I think that Vasbot Jakes, who works with them, this would be something that he would look at. It's only his first game, but there's always room for improvement. Probably get that alignment right. That alignment with energy going down the pitch would only help him to bowl a little bit quicker, because good alignment gives more energy to the crease. You bowl a bit quicker. Quick bumper there from Kamabat. So that would only just help. It's all about improving. Only in his first game, but showing good promise in terms of what you would expect at this level from a first-class bowler. Carlos Brown just showing that, oh, he still have a little bit of gas with him. Sometimes these medium-fast bowlers, they have a quick one that rushes on to you, Kimberly. Driven again, and that one will pass Shema. Shem Holder at mid-off. He's dealing in boundaries this morning. And every boundary he hit is just getting better. Poetry in motion again, Kimberly. Talk about it.
Yeah, he steps outside of the off stump, and he was definitely in control of that. He was over it, and he played it quite well. That's a dazzling shot to the boundary for 4. The score moves up to 16 for 1 at the end of over number 13.
Razzle Dazzle, take out your cameras. I'm pretty sure that any coach, if you just walk into the stadium and you see this shot from Carlos Brown, you're going to ask, who is this guy? Get him into the team immediately. Fine shot. That's his 3rd boundary.
And he's been very watchful so far. He faced 40 deliveries. Even though he's on 13, there's no rush. 4 days to complete this game. He's on 13 from 40, and he's very watchful and very mindful that they have lost the wicket of Chadwick Walton, and he has a task to play here. So he's sticking around.
Well, he's in no rush, but I'll tell you what. Just a bit too straight there from Akeem. Only 1. But yeah, looking at England cricket, Test cricket, they call it the baseball. And I've heard comments from guys like Virat Kohli and these guys. If you can finish a game, a test match in 3 days or 4 days, why not? Just play the cricket. Play the cricket how you know to play the cricket. Is that something that you would support? Or you don't like the fact that or you don't like the way how England approach Test cricket, or they're sort of changing how, we know Test cricket was probably 10 years ago. They're changing that.
Yes.
Is it something that you support, or you would say, no, I don't like it?
I'll say no, I don't like it. They are really changing it, especially when you see a man like Joe Root and all those batters not really sticking around the way they normally do. So I think they are definitely changing the concept of the test game and how it is supposed to be played.
I'm going to be honest with you, I like it.
You sure?
I do.
Okay. If you're just joining us, we say good morning. Good morning to Steve Forbes. Good morning.
This is how I look at it, Kimberly. T10 cricket, T20 cricket, batters realize that they can score a lot faster and have less deliveries. Early T20 cricket, if you go for 30 runs, it was deemed as a lot. I was like, ooh, that's a lot. Now you go for 30 runs, that's brilliant. Because batters realize, listen, we can score faster. Some of these players are all format players. For example, Joe would play a lot of T20 cricket now. You can see Joe doing ramps in Test cricket. But to do that, you have to get good at it. You have to practice it.
Yes.
Josh Butler, and that's the end of the over, end of another Akeem Jordan over. Score is 21 for 1. We see Warner, all format, Steve Smith as well. A lot of these guys are all format players.
Well, they're going to have a drink. It's the first drink break of the morning.
Completes the first hour of play. So yes, that's the first hour of play this morning. Carlos Brung on 13, Kurt McKenzie on 1. Jamaica Scorpions 21 for 1. When we get back after the break, I'll continue the discussion in terms of T10 and T20 cricket. How it sort of make things easier, make batters look at batting at a different angle when we come back.
All right, welcome back to Sabina Park. It's Carlos Brown, 13 from 44 for the Scorpions, who were sent into bat by the Barbados Pride. This is the third round regional game. Jamaicans lost Chadwick Walton to Jair McAllister, caught behind by Shane Dorrich. It was a lifting delivery. At that time, it was 10 for 1. These two have added 11 runs. They have done it at a fast rate. But they're still there. That's the key. And Shaquille Cumberbatch, who is playing his first game of regional cricket, is bowling to Kurt McKenzie. That's short. Needed a needless shot there from McKenzie, as if he realized that he didn't need to play and pulled out at the last minute.
And that is the right thing there to do. Batting at number 3 today.
Easy single. There's a vacant square leg. And takes the score over to 22 for 1. Elsewhere, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 51 for 5 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That is at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Guyana Harpy Eagles with Tevin Imlach returning, and he has been named the captain. They are 54 for 1 against the West Indies Academy at Connery. Tejaran Chandapal has been dismissed for 14.
No ball shorted there by umpire Brathwaite. I think this is the second no ball so far in the game.
Goes wider of the crease, Cumberbatch, and angled that one in, but well left by Carlos Brown, who is very sedate in his approach. Brown, he has batted a lot of deliveries here in these 3 matches. Hasn't really gotten the runs to show. Made 48 in the last innings. Missed out. And the game at Chedwin Park has not yet started between the CCC and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And looking to see what the reason is. See, clear skies are there now.
Well, the last time they had a pool of water on the field, so maybe that's the same thing that happened because they had rain yesterday.
Nice. Well, he was looking to drive that one. Came off the outer half of the bat. And you see Craig Brathwaite implementing that fly third slip that he used against the Australians in the first test earlier this year. Got the wicket off. I think it was Mitchell Marsh in that first test. Similar field. Was Justin Greaves fielding there. Now it's Zachary McCuskey, the right-hander. See fielding change for Cumberbatch as well, as the man at square leg is pushed back. That's Shane Mosley. And it nips back so close to the stumps. Hands on heads. That was so close. I don't think Brown covered it as much as he thought, but it was a good leave in the end because it didn't rattle the stumps. But it came back sharply from Cumberbatch as the 15th over is completed at 23 for 1.
Well, he thought that something happened. He was taking off. Second time I saw him bowling a delivery like that, and he was about to take off. It was a good delivery. Only that a run and a no ball from it. 10 runs so far from his spell from 5 overs. The Scorpions are not scoring fast as they did in the previous game against CCC. See here, Carlos Brown, he's on 13 from 49 deliveries. Kirk, he's on 2 from 20 deliveries. Current run rate is 1.53.
I think survival for the Scorpions is the most important thing for these first 2 hours. Jordan probes outside the off stump because they have lost wickets in clusters for the first 2 games, and it has set back the team a bit. And spoke with head coach Andrew Richardson on Monday, and his biggest issue is that he doesn't feel the top 4 is doing enough to enhance the abilities of the other batters, numbers 5, 6, and 7, to really play their attacking brand of cricket. And he wants the team to bat 100 overs because he's sure they will get over 300 once they do something like that. So the onus is on Mackenzie and Brown, who is not scared of batting long, to take some shine off this new ball and allow the pitch to dry out and get that sun beating on the wicket, because it has a lot of moisture in it. Then that will allow the likes of Blackwood and Lug, who is an aggressive player by nature, Romaine Morris, to play their natural games. There's a loud appeal. Umpire Jacqueline Williams is on move. Jordan is sure. And I think that should have been a run. The ball went almost to the 3rd-man boundary. Mackenzie didn't move. Hakeem Jordan is stunned. He can't believe. And you hear Shane Dorridge asking Mackenzie if he hit the ball. Let's see here. He's around the wicket. Oh my.
Whoa.
Not the greatest of decisions based on my interpretation of the rules.
And if I was a keeper, I would ask the same question too. But the ownership is on Kurt Mackenzie to say, yes, it did get some batter, or it didn't, but that looked like as if it was heading on to the stumps.
Yeah, he played all around it, Mackenzie. Was playing towards mid-wicket. Ball nipped away. Hit him on the back pad in front of the stumps.
Maybe he can consider that his lucky chance.
Yeah, that's a bad decision, though. You can see why. You can still see the reactions on Jordan's face. If we can see it again. It was a good delivery. It was pitched up. Pitched on middle with the angle. And it just shaped away at the last minute. And Mackenzie was plumb in front. Wasn't adjudged, though, by the umpire, so he's still there. Short. And he rolls his wrists over that one. Gets it down to backward square for a single. And takes the score up to 24 for 1.
And that's a single to end the, well, just 1 run from it so far. Hakeem Jordan, 12 runs from 5.5 overs. They're having a chat. Carlos Brown and Kurt Mackenzie, they're having a chat. Well, he have gotten a chance. I want to see how he capitalized on that chance, because that was dead on.
That one nips back and left alone by Carlos Brown on a length to complete a distressful over for Hakeem Jordan. He's not the most pleased person in Sabina Park at the moment. He takes his cap from the umpire, 24 for 1 after 16 overs. So apparently there have been some damp spots at Chedwin Park on the surface, or on the pitch. Not the ground this time, but the pitch. So another problem at the ground to start the season. But it seems as if they are getting themselves ready to have play today. Lost a complete day due to a hose being left unattended for over 12 hours the first day of the first round. It's Cumberbatch. Mackenzie hits it over cover. There's a shout of catch him. It looks like Primus. A short extra cover. He couldn't get a hold of it. The Scorpions getting chances here. That was a loose shot from Mackenzie. It wasn't convincing. Hence, it was offering a chance. He didn't go through full-blooded. Almost as if he stopped midway. And got it over the head of Primus. In the end, 2 more runs to the total.
Yeah, and Primus, he wasn't happy with that. I think he's saying that maybe if I had timed it well, I would have a chance at it. Time it to go for the jump. But this is the day that Scorpions, they will want Kurt Mackenzie to stay at the crease and bat. Haven't gotten into the double figures yet.
Good delivery again from Shaquille Cumberbatch. That one is angling across the left-hander. Play with soft hands by Mackenzie. The score remains at 26-1. So news coming in is that play at Chedwin Park will start in the next 15 minutes local time. It's 11:30. That would be 11:30 local time. Mackenzie forces that one off the back foot. He's looking for 2, and they will get it. It's not easy to play the balls on the rise on this surface. Not many drives given this morning, and the few that have been given, they have been dispatched by Carlos Brown and earlier by Chadwick Walton. Not many to Kurt Mackenzie. So, for those who are just joining us, the Scorpions made 2 changes, 2 forced changes. Injury to Nkrumah Bonner and Marquino Minley. Bonner replaced by Leroy Lugg, who opened last season in his first full season of first-class cricket. And Minley replaced by Derval Green. Short to Mackenzie, and Primus was scrambling to save it. Couldn't. And Brathwaite sprints away. Scorpions tick their score up to 30, and the partnership is now 20 as they lost Chadwick Walton. He was caught behind.
Yeah, and that word you said, tick. They would want to continue to keep the scoreboard ticking, even though the boundaries are not coming in very often, but try to pick up their 1s and 2s and keep rotating the strike.
It's too wide. It almost took the face off first slip. And that completes the over. And it's 17 overs completed. It's 30 for 1. Jordan looks at the wicketkeeper Dorich as if you were behind me.
Yeah, the first slip he was doing the rock away and lean back. He posed with that for a little bit, but in the end, a good catch there from Norwich. Short fella was looking at him, and I was thinking back on Carlton Ball, how short he was behind the stump in his days of playing cricket.
They called him, what, half a man? Carlton Ball Jr. is part of the selection panel for this Jamaica Scorpions team, by the way. One of 3 selectors. And Hakeem Jordan is going to continue from the Michael holding end. No success for him this morning. Should have had the wicket of Mackenzie LBW based on our checks. Carlos Brown forcing that one off the front foot. Not timing it as well as he would like. They've been impressed by the energy of the Barbados bowlers as well, because they have gotten through their overs pretty quickly. Bowled almost 15 overs for the first hour, which is the required number of overs. They bowled 14. Just a sign that they're trying to maximize the amount of, maximize the amount of wickets they can get out of the surface when it's offering something in the wicket for them. A touch of moisture started today's play. It's easing out now because of the sun that is beating down on the wicket. So expect the second session and the third sessions to be a little bit easier to bat on.
So even though the two batters, Brown, he faced 53 deliveries already. He's on 13. And you mentioned the pitch being dried out here. And as the day progresses, I think he'll...
Pleasant drive again from Carlos Brown. He loves that cover drive. So already gotten two boundaries with it. He was thinking about a third there, but only 2 runs. Didn't try to overhit that ball either. He just leaned into the ball and allowed his top hand to dictate where the ball went, and got 2 to the left of the shortish cover, who is there because the pitch isn't as quick or as true. So just in case the batters don't get over the ball and spoon the ball in the air, he's there for a chance. That's Jamel Warrican. Wide signal by the umpire. The Visions have mixed up the lengths as well. Bowled a few short deliveries. McAllister especially really hurried the batters earlier this morning.
Brathwaite wouldn't mind get another 2 or so wicket. But as I said to Keswick, that the 2 batters that at the crease now, they're being watchful and being mindful to know that the pitch has maestro in it, so they will have to be patient and wait until the day progresses.
Nice flowing drive there from Carlos Brown to complete the over. It's a dot to end the over. And it's the 36th dot bowled by Hakeem Jordan so far this morning. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 15. Think you're going to see a change in bowling shortly. Well, we have fans here. Not many.
A few.
Unusual looking for first class cricket here in Jamaica. But it brings up the discussion again as to why the games are starting on Wednesday. Mind you, here in Jamaica, it doesn't matter if it starts on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
It's the same result.
I don't think you're going to have a full house here. I think for the first couple of games, you had a decent amount of people coming out to support. Not a large amount of fans, not 1,000, but you had enough to make cheers, and the players could hear the support.
Yeah, that was the first day between the Windward Island and Jamaica. Yeah, I think you had did a check and you say about 100 persons were here.
Yeah, or more. As we see, I think the West Indies test coach just made his entry. It's Andre Coley. So Jamel Warrican is the bowling change from this day. Courtney Walsh end. Left arm orthodox spinner. Took 5 wickets in the last game against the Volcanoes.
Yeah, and he also picked up 4 for 29 and 3 for 16 at Shedden Park as well. So far, 12 wickets I have counted for him.
Getting into his spell, and Warrican has played test cricket for the West Indies. Has been in and out of the team, but it's predominantly been picked on subcontinent tours, which means Asian countries for the viewers. Bangladesh, India. He has been on those tours in recent times. Went to Australia in 2022, but wasn't in the squad this year. And as Keswick reminded us, he's Vincentian by birth.
Well, Jerome, he bowled 4 deliveries already, and all 4 deliveries, they landed in the same area, or pitch in the same area.
Spun past Mackenzie and beats Dowrich, and it rolls into the boundary. Not many of those this morning. I think it's going to be, well, it says runs. So he came off the bat, the umpire says, or the tips. Dowrich didn't have a chance. And Kurt Mackenzie adds to his total. He's up to 13. And his first time into double figures this season.
Must be a happy man. After he was given a chance there, Jerome and I thought that one was going on to the wicket. But Jackie Williams said no.
First over from Jamel Warrican completed. It was a tidy over. One badly lined delivery. And at the end of over number 19, it's 37 for 1. The Jamaica Scorpions sent into bat against the Barbados Pride here at Sabina Park.
Medical staff there having a conversation. Really deep conversation there. Akeem Jordan, 7 overs, 15 runs.
And Jordan has been tidy. He has been shaping the ball into the right-handers. Hasn't really gotten that big booming movement that he's known for. But what he's known to do is bowl consistently on an area, on a length, and bowl long overs as well, Akeem Jordan. Always economical. Tends to clip a couple out. 2 full. Carlos Brown drives that one pleasantly again. A beautiful drive. Craig Brathwaite gives up the chase. Another boundary on the front foot for Carlos Brown. And once you overpitch to him, he doesn't miss out.
And Kurt Mackenzie knew that was going to the boundary. He did not move from his crease until he thought that the fielder would have gotten it. Well, that's a nice shot there from Brown.
3 scoring shots for Brown this morning. 3 boundaries. So he has gotten three from 41 balls. He's left that one alone outside the off stump. In that partnership, by the way. So he's 19 from 60. No. As I said, Jordan, he tends to overpitch at times because of the bowler that he is. He's not the most expressed bowlers. He's not one of the most expressed bowlers around. He relies on his accuracy and his movement. And if it's not moving for him, it becomes more difficult for him to get you out. So he banks on your patience and test your patience as well. That's down the leg side. Dorich couldn't get there. It was too straight. And umpire Jackie Williams says that's off his thigh guard, but it runs for the Scorpions anyways. And it's welcomed. Yeah, it was off a flop off his pad. And goes into the boundary. So 2 full previously, and that one 2 straight. There's a loud appeal this time, and I don't think that one is out.
That one seems as if it was drifting down the leg side. Akeem Jordan started to bend his back and appeal.
Down the leg side, and it was too high as well. I was asking the umpire what's wrong with that one, suggesting that it was too high. That's too wide. It isn't signaled a wide though, and the 20th over is completed for the morning. And the Scorpions, they've progressed to 45 for 1 with Carlos Brown 19 and Kurt McKenzie on 13. They lost Chadwick Walton to Jerry McAllister for 5. McAllister's bowled 5 overs and only a run conceded. Keswick Williams takes up residence once more. It's getting to the final half an hour before lunch, and this is where, as a batting unit, you start to slow the game down, take as much time as possible out of the action to ensure that your team can get to the break unscathed. Jamil Warrican is going to get ready to bowl his second over. By the way, Keswick, Winwoods and Leewoods, they're the top 2 teams. We didn't mention the Leewoods earlier, but we were saying that the Winwoods, they were at the top. No. And as you have said for the first 2 weeks, is that it's a consistency. There has been a plan with the North Islands team for some time now. They finished second last year, by the way.
The good thing about the Windward Island Volcanoes, guys, that they've been together for a while. So they were kind of building. So they always had the experience of Andre Fletcher, Arong. Always had some experience campaigner Arong. There was Kirk Edwards at one point.
Another Bajan.
Another Bajan.
Bajan and the Grenadines.
Yes. So there was a Kirk Edwards at one point. Shillingford was a wrong at some point as well when they were trying to build that young squad, but they always had that experienced player.
Silly point in place for Mackenzie. Thinking about a single to work on.
So now in the Windward setup, the experienced players that are there is still pretty young because they started early. Guys like Sunil Lambris, has been around for some time. Kavem Hart has been around for some time, but he was always in and out for a good while as well.
Good players, Hodge.
Now he's just starting to understand his game and doing pretty well for the Windwards. Made his test debut in Australia. Hails from Dominica. But Jamel Warrican is operating here. Usually very economical. Plays test cricket as well.
Haven't seen Russian Primus so far this morning. 21 overs bowled. He won the toss. One of your faster bowlers. Short. And it's crunched through the offside by Mackenzie. That was easy. It was too short. And he had all the time in the world to pick the gap. And that he did. Zachary McCaskey at Silly Point had to get out of the way quickly. Almost taking evasive action as the over comes to an end. And the Scorpions, they move up now to 49 for 1.
Not something you would normally see from Jamel Warrican. Mr. Economical, but really well played by Kirk McKenzie. On the back foot very quickly. Picked up the length early as well. And punching it just in front of cover. Good shot. Jamel Warrican, 318 first class wickets. 85 matches.
It's been around for some time, Warrican.
Best of 8 for 34. That's in innings, and then in match 13 for 138. Good average as well, 21.2. 2.5 his economy. And speaking of Russian Primus, you brought him on. Well done, Foster.
I should have been the captain. So Primus is going to start from the Michael Holding end.
Starts with one down the leg side, but how fitting it would have been if you started with Primus. Actually, you mentioned Primus and then he comes on to the ball, and then first ball he gets a wicket. Sorry, I'm not, if you're listening to me out there, Jamaica, I'm not saying that he would. Don't kill me. But how fitting a start it would be. As a commentator, you called it.
Yeah. I would just declare my hands. Primus wants a change in the field. And wants his fine leg to be as fine as possible. Let's come a batch.
That's something that you would like as well. As a skipper, when your bowlers understands what they want, they can set their own fields. It's less work for a skipper. Craig Bradford being the captain for the West Indies test team as well. Will just make his job a little bit easier. And a guy like Russian Primus, being around for some time, understands his game. Usually outswinging bowler. Not something that you usually see. Akim Jordan, their fast bowler at first slip. Not something that you would have seen back in the day. But there you go again. England changing things around. You would usually say, why do we want to have our fast bowlers around the boundary running when they can stand up and slip?
Too short. And it's not placed well. Found the fielder. That looks like Jonathan Drake's. Yeah.
So Akim Jordan is in first slip. And with the catch that we have seen from Shane Dorridge this morning, don't think that Akim Jordan will have a chance to take a catch because the flying Dorridge is around.
They're from the land of the flying.
Flying fish.
Short again from Primus. Hasn't really gotten his length right here.
Have you ever gone to Barbados, Foster?
No.
which means you haven't
I've
tasted
never
flying
had
fish.
flying fish before.
It's really nice.
I can't take
Really
your word
nice.
for it, by the way.
I would tell you something. I was there for a couple of years in university, and I would definitely say it's the best pie I've ever had.
Oh.
Macaroni pie. Barbados, they win. Take the crown. The best pie in the Caribbean is from Barbados. I don't know what they do, but they have me.
And the over is completed by Primus. A maiden, but wasn't a really threatening over. It's 49 for 1 at the end of 22. And what does Jamaica have?
Rice and peas, curry goat. That's the usual thing. Or jerk chicken and rice and peas. Try to go out and make a mean rice and peas though. That's the only thing he can cook. Yeah, he's good in the kitchen. He makes a mean rice and peas. Didn't make any runs today though. But sure he would make up for it in the second innings. Chadwick Walton. Very good friend of mine. He understands his cricket. And understand how he goes about playing and scoring runs as well.
Got a really good delivery this morning from McAllister. And that one is worked down to long on by Mackenzie, who hardly ever runs with urgency between the wickets unless he's thinking about two. And the 50 comes up for the Scorpions. It has taken some time. 22.1 overs.
But I mean, you would take that as a coach. I mean, going into lunch, both batters still at the crease. Couple more minutes to lunch. If they can finish this session with just losing one wicket and scoring at least 65, you will give them that nod head. After losing Chadwick Walton with brilliant delivery from McAllister, he was on top of the line of awesome consistently. So he worked for that wicket. As a coach of the batting side, you would look at Chadwick Walton and you would just nod your head and said, good delivery. You would be okay with that because he bowled well, McAllister.
It was his first delivery to Carlos Brown, who has looked solid this morning. And I agree with you, by the way. I think the Scorpions, give and take, would say maximum of 2 wickets in the conditions and against a potent bowling attack. He goes for the drive, Carlos Brown. He opens up his body, gets it to the left of Russian Primus, who I don't think should be fielding there, given that he's in a spell. But cricketers are fit nowadays, aren't they?
The thing, if you realize how Carlos Brown drives the ball, he allows it to get under his eyes. His hand don't go too far away from his body. So that is something that's really good. Plays it late.
Clipped away, there's a shot of catch him. And Mosley darted around to do the fielding to complete the over. And it's 52 for 1. I must, in terms of Carlos Brown's approach as well, his approach to Hakeem Jordan in the initial spell, when the ball was swinging and seaming a bit, he was always trying to get at Hakeem Jordan to throw him off that consistent length that he bowls. It made it difficult for him to find a rhythm. And he was taken off after 3 overs. He started to bowl 2 straight, ended up bowling 2 wide outside the off stump, and Brown was able to leave alone a lot of deliveries. So he wasn't really threatened for a large period of time. And once he can negate that swing, it almost throws off the bowler off his line. So that was a very smart approach from Brown. I don't think the Barbados counter-attacked well enough to him. They didn't bowl anything short to him. Bowling drives, but I guess because of the nature of the surface, trying to extract as much as possible out of it. I don't think they bowled enough short balls to my liking when he was advancing. That's tucked up Mackenzie, but he does well and gets a single to take him up to 20. And the score up to 53 for 1.
Primus, a slingy bowler. He actually played for Red Force for a couple of years. Regional 4-day tournament. He's back in Barbados now. He has now secured a contract with the Barbados franchise. He's really fitted in white ball cricket, known for his white ball game. Can hit the ball a mile.
You see Courtney Francis there, the CEO of the JCA. And as we said, in the white shirt with his sunglasses on his forehead, or above his forehead, that's Andre Coley, the head coach of the West Indies Test team. Jamaican, by the way. Former Jamaica Scorpions coach as well. And a former Windward Islands Volcanoes coach.
It's probably the first time that the Cricket West Indies have two coaches in terms of white ball and red ball cricket. In Andrew Coley and Darren Sammy.
3 different captains as well.
3 different captains, it's true.
Short and well played by Brown, but can't get past Warwickon, who got down in time. Good cricket all around there, good shot, and well fielded. Went to the strong side of Warwickon though.
For the first time. It's like, I can remember at one point that India was playing one-day cricket somewhere, and I think they were just finishing up a test match somewhere else. I think it was last year. I can't remember. That's a no ball from Russian Primus.
More of what I wanted to see to Carlos Brown as well. Test him, test his application against the short pitch bowling. But you can continue that point regarding the Indians.
I don't quote me, but I think I can remember.
It has happened, and it has happened with England as well.
The test match was finishing up, and it happened with England as well. Yeah, they were somewhere else playing one-day cricket, or white ball cricket.
White ball cricket, yeah.
And red ball cricket was playing somewhere else. Shows the quality
and depth.
I think England was playing Ireland in white ball cricket.
And then they had a test series in
and I think they had a test series against Australia. Don't quote me, folks, but if I'm wrong, message me.
I know they had a test series in Sri Lanka,
it.
and then some of the players were also playing white ball cricket as well. So it's not that's too full, and the reason why his fine leg is so fine, because it went straight to him, Primus. So because those countries have wider pool of players with high quality as the 24th over comes to an end, it's 55 for 1. It's easy for them to do that. Because
the structure as well.
Yeah.
So it makes you sit down and think about the structure that teams like, for me, 5 teams around the world have a structure that I think that West Indies or Cricket West Indies should gravitate to. A structure like Australia structure. I don't know what they do there, but I think it's one of those cricket nations that we would like to feed into and see what their structure is like, the amount of cricketers that they're producing. So there's Australia, England, New Zealand, India, and Pakistan.
Work to Brown. He tickles that very fine. He's going to run very close to the boundary. He's going to touch the ropes eventually. Another boundary for Carlos Brown, and he's doing what the Scorpions need him to do. And it's bat long effectively. Badly line delivery though from Workan.
Yeah, that one he just used the crease a bit, coming from wide of the crease. Didn't turn, just held the line, finishing on leg stump. And here at this level, it's always easy pickings whenever you straight down the leg side or on leg stump. So those 5 countries, I would say that their structure have to be one that we can probably take a look into, because you cannot write it off, because Pakistan has always been there and about in terms of playoffs, finals, semi-finals, in whatever level of cricket, whether it's under 19, whether it's the men's team, in big tournaments.
Yeah.
So they must be doing something at that level, beneath the international level, that is working for them. And I think that is something that we in the Caribbean need to sort of adapt. Not saying that we should take everything, but take out the important things that work for us. Because our style of cricket is a bit different. We take a different approach. So we can't really take every single thing that they're doing, but we can pick out the important things that will work for us to get our cricket better.
Comes with planning. Brown hammers that one through the offside. It's going to go into the boundary for another boundary in this over. A 4 to start and a 4 to complete it. And the 50-run partnership comes up between Carlos Brown and Kurt McKenzie. And it seems as if it's a no ball as well, signaled by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And the Scorpions are up to 64 now for 1.
A lot of weight transfer in that shot. So far he has gone. He has played 4 shots on the offside, which are boundaries. And he's using the offside well. But that brings up the end of the over. Dot ball to finish the over. A good over for the Scorpions. Score is now 64 for 1. Yeah. So you would definitely say that they're winning here, because they've only lost 1 wicket. Carlos Brown and Kurt McKenzie is reviving the innings, because Barbados did start well. But as we mentioned, the wicket with the pitch, would get a lot easier to bat.
Yeah.
What is good here is the consistency in terms of bounce. That we can vouch for. As you see, the implementation of the skipper Craig Brathwaite.
Which is I was about to say to you that looking at the Barbados attack so far this morning, it's almost military medium. It's not really expressed outside of McAllister. So once the pitch dries out and the moisture is out of the wicket, it's going to be a very hard and long day for them if the Scorpions batters can set themselves, because they're not going to blow you away with pace. It's going to be wearing you down as a unit in terms of using accuracy and patience. So, and that is not something you normally accustom Barbados with, by the way. It's always high-level pacers throughout. And Craig Brathwaite is on to Kurt McKenzie. Probably not happy with what he has seen from the pacers so far, Craig Brathwaite.
Well, I'm guessing it's getting close to lunch. So, not something that we would usually see here at Sabina, the implementation of spin so early.
Yeah, trying to get through as many overs as possible in this first session. Kirk is obviously trying to build an innings here. delivery. No, no intention. Trying to lure Mackenzie into a mistake. Well-flighted deliveries. Takes the edge this time. So the difference in pace already. Variation in pace.
Well, we're seeing a different approach here from the Prides.
And I think you can see that Mackenzie's intent on survival. It's only 6 minutes to go before the break. Outside of that last game, we had that 179 run opening stand. Scorpions have lost wickets in a cluster, and they're trying their best to bat as many overs as possible. And remember that this regional 4-day season has bonus points attached to it. So once a team scores over 250 runs, you start to rack up your batting points. 250 is a point, 300 is a point. That takes it to 2 points. And then from 350 upwards, you get more points as well. So feeling change here. Gonna have a leg slip. They sense that the Scorpions are trying to defend their way to lunch. You'd expect to get another over in.
There's always a close-up shot whenever it's getting close to a break like tea or a lunch.
Change in the field, City Point goes to square leg. A sweep shot comes out, and McCaskey was interested. It goes beyond him, he's going down to the boundary. For a second, you thought he was lobbing to the man at square leg. A rather brave shot from Brown, given the circumstances, but it takes him into the 30s. He's up to 31. And the score is now 66 for 1. McCaskey comes to leg slip, or leg gully if you please. And that looks like Kevin Wickham has gone backward of square. Goes for the sweep again. Would you have a problem with him going for the sweep? There's no one out deep, by the way.
As long as you're a good sweep of the ball and you understand what you're doing, why not? But if you're not really a good sweep of the ball, and then the bowler knows that you're not a good sweep of the ball and he's continuing to probe around that line of the leg stump, then I would say don't play it. But if you're a good sweep of the ball then, and you know you're going to play it and you're going to play it correctly, because sometimes closing up shop can be an issue. Jamil Warrican, with over 300 first-class wickets, would definitely know how to bowl around this sort of time.
Well played by Brown to complete the over. It's 66 for 1 after 27. I think you're going to have at least another over. Well, surely you're going to have another over, because Kirk Brathwaite is getting himself ready. He's already removed his cap. The Scorpions have added 56 runs since the departure of Chadwick Walton. And these two negated a tough period. The pitch was a little bit too paced. It wasn't easy to drive on the up, wasn't even easy to play forceful shots. So it's gotten a little bit easier, but still watchful between Mackenzie and Brown as Mackenzie gets off strike. The best place to be as you approach a break.
At the other end.
Yeah. So Brathwaite is going to go round the wicket. tends to bowl these odd overs, Craig Brathwaite.
I try to bowl as much overs to these batters before lunch. Craig usually go through his overs pretty quick. So the chances of getting in more overs would be to use him and Warrican. Warrican is usually a turn and go bowler.
And it's, oh, whoa, that was close. You heard some sounds there. You thought it rattled the stumps.
You're getting a bit excited
Whoa.
there, Foster.
It surprised me.
Jamaicans will not like that, Foster.
Yeah, for sure. It felt as if it went onto the stumps. Goes for the sweep again, Carlos Brown. He's intent on playing that shot. He's not giving it up.
Well, he looks like he can play the sweep shot. Apart from that one that popped up the first delivery in the last over.
Umpire Jackie Williams has another word with Craig Brathwaite about running onto the pitch. He really hopped out quickly. One delivery to come.
Maybe it's just a plan to get a little bit of scuff onto the wicket.
Not after winning the toss on day one. And the sweep comes out. It's a vacant area. And Shane Mosley will have to fetch the ball. And the Scorpions have enjoyed a almost perfect session, a great session for them. And they finish at 71 for 1 after being sent into bat by the Barbados Pride. They lost Chadwick Walton for 5. Carlos Brown, 35 from 95. A lot has been said about this young man. And Kurt McKenzie, the West Indies' number 3 batter in Test cricket, he's on 21, along with his teammate, who is from St. Catherine CC here in Jamaica. Kurt McKenzie, he's from the parish of St. Catherine, but he plays for Kingston CC, which is based here at Savannah Park. So at lunch, the Pride, not the most enthused, led off by their captain, Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies Test captain. And they have only picked up 1 wicket in this first session. But they have been tidy with the ball in hand. Jair McAllister getting the wicket off Chadwick Walton. He bowled only 5 overs this morning, and he picked up that wicket. So when play resumes after lunch, the Scorpions are going to resume at 71 for 1. See you then.
We're back here at the Sabina Park for the third game. And this time we have the Barbados Pride versus the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions 71 for 1 off 28 overs. Carlos Brown is at the crease on 35 and Kurt McKenzie on 21. We're back here at Sabina Park. The sun is out. Kimberly Forbes is out as well. Out of the blocks and running well. How are you doing after some good lunch, Kimberly?
I'm good.
And the way you say I'm good, I know that you're good. And I know you enjoy that curry goat and rice and peas.
And some yam. Yes, I did.
Some dumplings.
No, some yam. Yellow yam.
Some banana. A little bit of pasta. Some veg.
So you had a good plate there too, Keswick?
I did. I just had a little bit of veg and a little bit of barbecue chicken. Trying to watch the weight.
Yeah, and he's maintaining his fitness, ready for the CPL.
I'm maintaining my fitness. I'll stop there. Have to maintain my fitness. I love being fit.
Yeah, looking to see you back in the CPL, Keswick.
But we're back here, and we're back at the Sabina Park, and Jamel Warrican to continue for the Barbados Pride. His skipper, Craig Bradford, bowled the last over before lunch. Also, and that's a lovely shot down the ground. Jamel Warrican just over pitching a bit too much there. Kirk McKenzie was equal to the task, punching that one down the ground over his head. Couple bounce into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and that's a welcome boundary after lunch for Kurt McKenzie there. He moves up to 25 from 56. First, I'm seeing the current run rate going to 2 now. They were at 1.153 for most of the morning session.
The fact that you mentioned CPL, Kimberly, I want to say congratulations to the new team that's been introduced. Kurt McKenzie getting a little bit loose. That one was in the air for some time. Passing the field at short leg. Getting a little bit too loose. Drop. Just couldn't really hold on to that one.
Yeah, you could see the disappointment on Darwin's face behind the stump.
As I was saying, Kimberly, congrats to the new franchise in CPL, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. They were known as the Jamaica Tallowers in last year's CPL, but they have now moved to Antigua, the land of many rivers, the land of legends as well, cricketing legends. Courtney Ambrose, Richie Richardson, Sir Viv, Andy Roberts, I should say Sir Andy, and Sir Kirtley as well.
And I'm anticipating to see who the players of that team will be. Keswick, maybe your name will pop up.
I'm not sure, but guess what? That's the end of the over. Jamaica is 75 for 1 of 29 overs. Chugging along nicely. Good start back for them as well.
Yeah, that's 4 runs from that over there after lunch. And Warrican, he's in bowled his 6th overs. 26 runs from it so far. And good going so far from Mackenzie and Brown.
That's something that you will normally see from Warwick, he's more economical than that. But few bad deliveries today. Sure he would be back pretty soon in terms of his line and length. But not really bad going from him, but usually a man like Warwick, you will normally see a more economical than that, especially in his first spell, but Jeremy McAllister is back. Good first spell, and we would see that the skipper would use him on short bursts. So he would mostly use him in 5 over spell. That one started a bit too straight. Tucked down to backward of square. Picks up 2.
Yeah, and he's in his 6th over and just 3 runs, so 1 wicket so far. Well, you've seen the strategy used there by Kurt Brathwaite. Rest him before half an hour before lunch. So he's ready and to go. Ready to go now in the second session here.
Well, that's what they do with fast bowlers, Kimberly, is that normally when you have fast bowlers like this who have good pace, you would really use them in short bursts, like 5 over spells and stuff. They will come in, bowl fast, hit that line, hit that length consistently, present that opportunity for a catch at slips, or probably bowling down a batter or something like that. But you don't normally see fast bowlers bowling more than 5 overs or so. But Shamar Joseph showed us different in Australia.
Sure did.
But here in the Caribbean at the first class level, quick bowlers generally gives you a 5 over burst. Come off, take a little rest. The spinners come in, do their thing. Or that medium bowler. So there's Jeremy McAllister. There's Akeem Jordan. And then you have Cumberbatch and Primus, who can bowl a few overs for you. And not just bowl a few overs for you, but bowl good overs for you. Because both players can actually bowl pretty well so far. And that one's a bit too straight. A little bit of work for Cumberbatch. Nothing that he can't clean up. Just one. But yeah, these are bowlers that actually can use the new ball as well. So they're not just bowlers to make up overs for you. I wanted to even say at this level that Craig Brathwaite is a bowler that make up overs, because we saw him bowl at the test level. And whenever he does that, usually pick up wicket at times. Not all the time, at times.
At times.
So at this level, which is a step down, he can bowl a few overs. That one a little bit shorter from McAllister. Mackenzie didn't get enough onto that one. Didn't get a run.
Well, the pitch though, Keswick, we saw where this morning it has Maestro in it. I think it's kind of fade now. The batters, they are set. Kurt Mackenzie faced 61 deliveries. Carlos Brown faced 99 deliveries.
That one, he really latches on to that one. Not something that you would want at this level. It looks like Shane Mosley on the square leg boundary. Pull with some authority. Really good shot, but you expect that at this level, you would see better work from fielders to support their bowlers. Kurt Mackenzie, really well played. That brings up 4 for the Scorpions. It's at the end of the over, last ball. At the end of the over, short, Kurt Mackenzie equal to the task. Pull with some authority down to the square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, just looking at the fielder there, Mosley, he was going one direction and the ball was going to another, trying to turn back, but he get past him to the boundary there. And I was saying that the batters, they are set now, and the pitch is dried out now, I would say. So all they will have to do is try and capitalize on what they have already and try to get that runs set on the board, maybe bat out the rest of the day. And if they do lose a wicket, the next batter will have something to come in and capitalize on as well. They would want to pass that 160 partnership that they got in the first game. So Mackenzie and Brown, they will have to take on the charge here for the Scorpions.
As you see, Carlos Brown is still persistent with that sweep shot. So he looks very comfortable playing the sweep. As discussed earlier, myself and Foster, we were wondering if it's a shot that he should play coming up to the lunch interval. And I did say I don't have an issue with it. If he's a good sweep off the ball, I do not have an issue with it. But if he's not,
then you will have the issue.
Then I'll have an issue with it. But so far, so good. Anything on the line of leg stump, he has been doing a good job in terms of getting it, well, getting down on his knees and sweeping it out to square leg. Picked up a boundary, the last ball of the last over before lunch of skipper Craig Brathwaite. So far, so good in terms of playing the sweep shot. Apart from the first sweep shot that he tried playing, where it take the top of the bat, almost getting it to square leg, picked up 2 runs for it. Jamel Warwick changing up his feel a bit, brings in Kamabash, who is now at mid-off, and push back Jerry McAllister, who comes back to long on.
And after losing their first wicket at 10 runs, these were at the crease. They have put on a 74 runs partnership here.
Well, it was always about batting past that first over. You would always find early wickets may tend to have a little bit of moisture. So if you can get past that first hour or so, it will be a bit easier. But the thing is, here at Sabina, the bounce has been consistent, especially on the first wicket. Just finding the edge there, Jamel Warwick, but going down to fine leg. Only one, just a quick single. That one just bisecting the guy on the 45 and short leg, picking up a single there, Carlos Brown. That's the end of the over. It's 85 for 1.
Yeah, Carlos Brown, he's on 40 from 104. Kirk is on 30 from 63. And you could hear the urgency just now before at the end of the over. Brown was saying 2-2-2, but the fielder get on quickly to that one, so they only could have settled for a run.
Well, as you did mention about the moisture that's in the surface. What Jerry McAllister did well this morning is hit the line and length consistently to Chadwick Walton. A few deliveries ago or before that wicket, he bowled him a good bumper. And then you can see him again, that length, that consistent length. Another time Carlos Brown has to walk back in the 40s. I'm sure he won't be happy with himself. But Jerry McAllister, another wicket, hitting that line, hard length on top of off stump. Using that edge, Jamel Warwick taking a brilliant catch at first slip. Carlos Brown is gone for 40. The score is 85 for 2.
And let me point out something here, Keswick. He's standing outside of the leg stump. He wants to play that shot, but he did not come fully across the half stump, so he was basically kind of fishing. So he takes some edge, and that was a good catch in the end.
It's all about pace, Kimberly. When you bowl consistent line and lengths, this is what will happen. I think it was a bit wide.
So that
could have left it.
Yes, he had a choice.
But it's only because of consistency. That's where he has been bowling almost every delivery to the right-handers. Picks up another wicket, which brings luck to the crease.
Yeah, you mentioned being consistent, but the delivery that got Walton out was pretty closer to Walton. But this one, he had a choice whether to leave it or go full outside of the off stump to play that shot.
So the one with Walton jogged back. And it was more so to the chest. This one is more so just above hip height. It didn't jog back, it just continued with the line. But it lure Carlos Brown into getting that bat, getting his hands a bit too far away from his body, takes the edge. Now he's back in the hut. Another disappointment for him because the last game, he lost his wickets at 48.
Yes.
The good thing about it is that he's getting starts, which is good, and positive starts as well. He's getting to 40s. He just needs to get into the 50s and start converting those 50s into hundreds. But first, he has to get over into that 50 mark. Jerry McAllister with his tail up. Leroy Log, first delivery, just tucked onto the leg side. Leroy Log into the, because of Nkrumah Bonner. He's out because of a little niggle. Chadwick Walton. There you see it. That extra bounce. That's because of the little moisture that the wicket had in this morning. Carlos Brown here. Around the same length. But then just continue with the line. Didn't drag back.
Well, we're seeing Leroy Lug at the crease for the first time for the season 2024. A very thick fellow. Can be aggressive, can be very destructive to the bowlers.
I met Leroy Lug a couple of years ago playing for St. Lucia Kings. Well, I knew him before that, but I met him playing for Kings. Hits the ball far, but Kurt McKenzie is another one that can hit it far as well. Just bisecting the fielder at deep mid-wicket and, well, deep square leg and fine leg. Picking up another boundary. So that's the thing about Kurt McKenzie. He takes a while to get started. But whenever he does get starts, he's one that plays pretty freely, and they would need him in this game. The absence of Nkrumah Bonner.
Yeah, we saw where he represented the St. Lucia Kings, West Indies under 19 and Jamaica under 19.
Leroy Lug, the iPhone man here in Jamaica. So Kimberly, if you need an iPhone, you need to check Leroy Lug. Free advertisement for Leroy Lug.
iPhone Lug.
Lug's iPhone.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's his business here in Jamaica. Congrats to him and going off on that venture. Young entrepreneur.
Yeah, he played last year, February, against the Barbados. Play a duck and 2 runs. So want to see what will be his comeback here today.
Tell you what, he looks pretty comfortable. That brings up the end of the over. Dot ball to finish. A successful over for Jerry McAllister. Score is 91 for 2.
And McAllister will be very proud with that over. Picked up a very important wicket there of Mackenzie, who was set at the crease already. He faced 106 deliveries. He's gone for 40 and just 6 runs coming from that over. 14 for 2 from 7 overs.
Jamal Walker continuing. Just get a bit too straight there. Easy work for Kurt McKenzie, tucking that one down to short fine leg. Just one though. Brings Leroy Lug on strike. First delivery from Jamel Warrican to Leroy Lug. He's one that's known to clear the boundary very easily when spin is being introduced.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to take on Warrican here.
He's a big fan of Odin Smith cricket and good friends of Odin Smith as well. Let's see if he can hit them far as Odin Smith. Just one down the ground to start things off. It will be very important. Punch down the ground, no run. But it will be very important that Jamaica comes out of this session with some positives going into the next one. But firstly, they have to look through this first hour, get through this first hour. And that's how you break down the game. First, you have to be aware of the situation, play it how it is, then get past that first hour of play, get past that other hour, win the session, whether it's the first session, second session, or third session, and then look to win the day. There's a process in terms of winning it. 2 straight again from Warwick, just a single.
Yes, so it's like a start over each session. So they completed the morning session. Now they're in the afternoon session, so it's like a start over for them. So 33 overs gone. It is 94 for 2. Kurt McKenzie and Leroy Lugg at the crease. Just saw the wicket of Carlos Brown. He's gone for 40.
And he was very disappointing as well, Kimberly, because as I rightly mentioned, batting so nicely, he did it against the CCC, playing his shots, looking as comfortable as he is, batting so nicely, getting into the 40s, doing the hard work. I wouldn't say he gifted his wicket away. He just got a little bit loose. And that's the thing, at this level, you can't get loose. You have to always have your head on. He got a bit loose, and that saw his demise. Lost his wicket.
Yeah, he was really disappointed. His head was down for a long time walking off the field because he knows that he wanted to stay there until even the end of play.
Another short one again. Not much danger. Kurt McKenzie just tucked it wrong to square leg. Leroy looked very comfortable against the pace. Last couple of delivery he played against McAllister, he was well behind it. He did mention to me this morning, he looked at the wicket and he said it looks like runs. Just hope he have his memory chip in to give him some runs, because I would love to see that. He's a hard worker, strong.
Let me say something about Carlos Brown. I'm wondering if when he gets into his 40s and know that he's inching pretty close to his half century, if anxiety takes him over.
I'm wondering if he's, it's a good question. I'm wondering if he's nervous. Something that he has to deal with. I'll probably find out after today's play. What's it like getting into 40s? Why he gets out there. Hitting the bat very hard. J.M. McAllister. Strongly built. Well, both players, the bowler and the batter, looking at players out there who are robustly built in J.M. McAllister, Leroy Lugg, Kamabash, Russian Primus. Everybody else is like a pin to them. Just a little bit too short. Leroy Lugg cut. Not with a lot of bat, but the chase is on. Shane Mosley couldn't stop that one. It's a good shot from him. Really well played from Lug. Shane Mosley couldn't stop that one. Had to give up. He did see. He looked at the wicket and he did say it looks like runs. But
Yeah,
first, you have to know how he's going to score runs. Because this level is not the easiest level to play cricket. You have to be able to focus and be aware of the situation.
Whoa.
That one almost played it on to his stump. That would have been a sad way to go.
Yeah, and if you were listening, you'd hear him like his heart was in his mouth at that minute and say, oh. And talking about getting runs, once they apply themselves to the crease, they will definitely get runs. Try not to rush it or rush the shot. Just play in the moment, be in the moment and be patient, and then runs will come.
Looks very comfortable at the crease, Leroy Locke. Not really too bothered about the pace of Jerry McAllister. And it's the end of the over. Another dot ball to end another Jerry McAllister over. Just a boundary from it. Just one loose delivery outside the line of stump. Cut away for 4 in that over. Jamel Warwick, and I'm not surprised if he's going to continue because he usually bowled the bulk of the Barbados Pride over.
Yeah, and Brathwaite would want him to pick up at least another 2 more wickets or so.
I'll give you a story with Jamel Warwick. So he was going to World Cup under 19. I think they were going to New Zealand. And on his way down, his father gave him cash to walk with. You know, yeah, my son made on the 19. I'm happy that he's playing for West Indies on the 19. His father was a dean at the university. I think he still is, not too sure. And his father gave him money to walk with. And on his way traveling for the tour, everything that Jamel Warwick saw, he bought it.
Got money.
Everything he saw, he bought it. When he get to the tour, 1 week into the tour, he has no money. He had to sell every single thing that he bought on his way to the tour, and the guys bought it for cheaper.
So he lost both ways.
Lost both ways. That's Jamel Warwick for you.
Yeah. The 100 comes up for Jamaica Scorpions. They're at 100 for 2 in 34.2 overs. Current win rate is 2.91.
But you must be happy with his progress and what he has done over the years and the fight that he went through with his cricket, not only at this level but the international level, being called in, left out. The good thing about it, he always said that I'm not the selectors. My job is to perform. So he's never bothered about what they do. His job is to perform, and if he don't perform and he don't get selected, he's never bothered. He just always look at the positive side.
Yes, so
Over 300 first-class wickets.
So he will know what to do to get selected in the next game or in the next series.
Really well played by Lug down the ground. Just a single. Just only 11 balls, but I must say Lug looks very into this game so far.
Looking very positive, looking what he knows what he's about. And I'm thinking that he's going to put on something big here for the Jamaican Scorpions.
They would definitely love that. Missing Nkrumah Bonner. Batting at number 4. A position that Nkrumah Bonner will walk in as well. After that, you will have skipper Jermaine Blackwood coming into bat. But that's the end of the over. Dot ball again to finish the end of the over. Jamaica Scorpion is 101 for 2.
Warwickland, who is going to continue. Strong lug, who is on strike, doing some stretching. Looking at Lug, he reminds me so much of Kenara Lewis. We know Kenara Lewis is a big striker of the ball as well.
Robustly built. He's over there in Bangladesh now. With the select strikers. BPL. Left a couple of days ago. Land today. Played the next day. He scored 38 off about 23 deliveries or so. Or 24, I think. Kamabash is back. Jeremy McAllister takes his rest. 6 overs in his first spell, just 16 runs. So when you talk about built, and you look on the field, in terms of similarity, in terms of built, you would have to mention people like Jeremy McAllister, Kamabash, Leroy Lugg, Roshan Primus. When you look at those 4 guys and look at every other player, from here everybody will look like Craig Bradford.
Slim build.
Exactly. Keeper is the smallest thing ever. Shane Durridge. That one just tucked onto the onside. I'm pretty sure that the coach of the Scorpions will be very happy in the position that they're in now. Losing Brong a couple of overs ago. Just a little bit of lapse in concentration from Brong. Not taking anything away from Jerry McAllister, because he came back ball about 3 overs or so and picked up a wicket. Didn't really go for much runs either, so he came back and he did his job. 3 over burst, picked up a wicket. He's off now, resting. We probably may see him again before this first hour of play is over after lunch, because he only bowled 3 overs, so he came in, hit the deck hard, picked up a wicket, and now we are seeing Kamabash back into the spell. So far, he's very economical. That's something that you really talk about at the test level in terms of economy. You would usually hear about economy in T20 cricket, T10 cricket, a little bit of it in one-day cricket. But he's very economical so far. After that conversation this morning with his coach, they did say in terms of consistency, he's the man. And we saw that this morning.
Right on, boy.
Still a little bit of work to be done in terms of his run-up. Looks a little bit rocky.
36 overs gone. It is 103 for 2. The fall of wickets. The first wicket was 10 runs. Second one, 85. And this partnership is consists of 18 runs now between Lugg and Mackenzie. Mackenzie, who moves up to 40. Lugg is an 8 from 15 delivers. I want to see Mackenzie bat out the day's play. Haven't really gotten much from him for the last 2 games. First time getting into double figures here. And the coach and the captain will want him to continue.
Well, the thing about Kurt McKenzie, what I like, is that whenever he gets started, or whenever he gets starts, he always seems to be a positive player. And that's what I like. The last 2 games he played against the Volcanoes and CCC, he got bowled through bat and pads, which means there's a lot of space between bat and pads. Ryan John came around and bowled him between bat and pad, hitting off stump. Cyan Hackett from CCC came around again and bowled him between bat and pad, hitting middle stump. We haven't seen anything from Barbados as yet in terms of their fast bowlers coming around to Kurt McKenzie.
Yes, Bobby!
Hitting down the ground. This could be a catch.
Yes!
I think I just jinxed him.
And that is the new celebration dance.
Another 40.
Well, he comes down the track, didn't get it quite well on the bat. But that's another celebration for the Barbados Pride. They will be happy to get rid of Kirk McKenzie, and he's disappointed as well, walking with his head down in the ground, thinking that I should have not gone for that shot.
Very disappointing way to go. I hope it wasn't my fault.
I hope not.
I'm upset. I feel bad. Like,
But Keswick, looking back at, what's the catcher's name again?
it's Kamabash.
Kamabash. You used to celebrate with that dance as well before
Nah,
you got
I
the
never
new
did.
before you got the notebook. You were.
I never did.
Yeah, I can Google you, Keswick.
When you find it, let me know. But I never did. In comes skipper Jermaine Blackwood. Must feel it for Kurt McKenzie. Was going along so well. Another 40. I don't know if it's just the 40s today. But the Barbados Pride has picked up another wicket. Another important wicket as well. Of West Indies test batter Kurt McKenzie. In comes Jermaine Blackwood.
That's middle.
As I take my leave, Kimberly's trying to show me that I used to dance in CPL, but I can't remember.
Left arm around. 4 deliveries remaining.
Everything is on record.
Wait, on a question. Flashing here.
Somebody learned something somewhere. Jamil Warrican took the wicket off Kurt McKenzie. You're not gonna disappoint Jamaican fans, but that was a very poor shot from Kurt McKenzie, especially given that he's a senior batter in the team, a West Indies player. Blackwood is facing up to Warwick, and after the dismissal, it's as if Mackenzie was suggesting that he wanted to hit the ball straight over the umpire's head. But then he realized that he wasn't to the pitch. Could have easily stopped the ball rather than going with a half-hearted attempt. Ended up really just gifting a wicket to the Barbados Pride, who have now resorted to Jamil Warrican holding up an end after winning the toss and electing to bowl first. He has already taken a wicket, but Jerry McAllister has been the man. 2 wickets for him. Hasn't bowled long spells. He has bowled short, sharp spells as the 37th over comes to an end at 103 for 3. Blackwood yet to score, and Leroy Lugg, he's on 8. Both Carlos Brown and Kurt McKenzie falling for 40, and both could feel as if they were very soft dismissals. Brown could have easily left the delivery that he nick behind because he has been leaving those all day. And then tried to play a forceful drive off the back foot. Wasn't close enough, as Kimberly said. Almost hung his bat outside the line of the off stump and allowed for an easy catch. So, Scorpions in a spot of bother, you would say, Kimberly?
Yeah, I would say that the two batters, Brown and Mackenzie, they were at the crease from the fall of the first wicket. And they should have known how the bowlers are bowling and adjust themselves, but they fell cheaply. There was a wicket made in there from Warwickon. Jermaine Blackwood, lots on his shoulders today. You'll have to show up today with the bat. They need runs. Just 103 runs on the board, 3 wickets down already. Mackenzie, Brown, and Walton, they're back in the dugout.
Look, goes hard, and that's his trademark, down the ground. He normally hits it aerial, and once he gets it going, it's gonna stay connected. That's 4. And Cumberbatch said catch him for a moment, but no one was catching that. 107 for 3.
And that's the shot you talked about that Mackenzie wanted to play, down the ground.
Yeah, just didn't execute it properly. And there was no need, to be quite honest, because he could have easily just punched the ball down the ground for a single. The man was that long on. If you're not going to hit the ball in the stands, there's no need to be chipping the ball in the air.
Yes.
Worse, you're not to the pitch of the delivery. Just go through with an almighty swing rather than a half-hearted attempt. It's a disappointing way to go. Cumberbatch beats him outside the off stump. That's a beauty. Good comeback. That's a top delivery, by the way. Cumberbatch has a good story for those who are just joining us. He's a debutant, and he works as a ground staff, as a member of the ground staff at Kensington Oval in Barbados, known as the Mecca of cricket in the region. And Keswick said he's still a member, and he used to be a nets bowler for the Barbados team. And then they realized that he actually has quality, so I think he plays for Empire Cricket Club in Barbados. Trains daily while at the ground and performing his daily duties, helping with the surface and so on. Apparently he's regarded as the most consistent bowler in the trials recently, hence his selection. He's 29 years old, so a great story.
Yeah, this is a story. Can give it a title, Never Give Up.
Love works that one into the onside. He has a story to fulfill as well because he's made a comeback into the Scorpions team. Opened for large portions last year. Got the team off to quick starts but just couldn't convert. He has 350s, by the way, Leroy Lugg, in first class cricket. So Cumberbatch is, as I said, into his 8th over. He's in his first regional first-class game as Blackwood. Tries to place that through the offside, but he can't. And that completes the over at 108 for 3. I was just double-checking to make sure that I'm not getting my coordinates wrong. So, similar to Shaquille Cumberbatch, who's a part of the ground staff at Kensington Oval, there's one bowler who is in international cricket now who has over 500 test wickets, who was also a member of a ground staff, but at that time he was a curator. And that's Nathan Lyon of Australia. So, let's see if Cumberbatch can get close to 500 first-class wickets first. But he does give you the impression that he loves his cricket. You see him taking that catch and giving you a jig. He has energy in the field.
Well, he's capable of getting wickets, but not sure about the 500.
Log was setting himself for a big sweep shot there. There's no one backward of square. There's a deep mid wicket and a long on. He goes inside out, and there's a chance for Primus. This is soft and poor. Easy, easy for the Pride. Way too easy. Was looking to go inside out. Got the inner half of the bat. And the Scorpions are wobbling now. And from 92 for 2, they're now 108 for 4. Way too easy.
Yeah, looking at Lug playing that shot, he wasn't balanced at all. After playing the shot, you can see that he was actually falling over. Let's take a look here. See, he was kind of falling over, not in control of that shot. And I don't know what the talk was before, well, after lunch with the Pride, but they really come back strong here in the second session. And lots of disappointment for the Jamaica Scorpions now. They lose, what, 3 quick wickets after lunch. It is 108 for 4.
Walks off slowly, but that was a bad shot. Wasn't there. And those are the wickets after lunch now. That was Carlos Brown. That was way outside his eye line. Should have been left. I think Kurt McKenzie, he was trying to go, I think, straighter than where the ball went. And they saw Shaquille Cumberbatch with the dance. I don't think Leroy Lug wants to look back at this replay anytime soon. Team was in trouble. 108 for 3. 2 quick wickets. Just trying to get the ball over long off. Easy catch for Primus. And now the Barbados Pride decision of bowling first. Makes sense. And they're now back in the game after a very good session of hard work from Carlos Brown, especially, and Kirk McKenzie. Took the team to 72 for 1. 36 runs added since lunch, but 3 wickets lost, which is the critical element.
Well, this brings back some memories of the first game with Whitburn Island when Scorpions, they got all out in the first session for 159. And history has a way of repeating itself, and I hope it's not repeating itself here today, because they were sent into bat on the first day of the first game here, called Craig Brathwaite. They really had a chat in the dressing room to see how they would want to play the second session. The bowlers, they are really doing a fantastic job.
By the way, Abhijay Mansingh is the new man at the crease. Seen a change in the field here. Extra cover. And a cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in the captain, Craig Brathwaite. And for the first time today, you're hearing chatter around the bat from the Pride because they sense an opening is there. Mansingh squeezes it out to point, a vacant point for a single.
Just a run from it so far. Jermaine and Mansingh, they will have to build a partnership again. 2 new batters at the crease. And all 3 wickets after lunch are caught. And I know that they are disappointed with themselves. The over comes to an end. 39 overs gone. 10 extras. The total is 109 for 4. Chadwick Walton, he's gone for 5. Brown, he's gone for 40. Mackenzie as well, gone for 40. And after you mentioned that Lug has a story because he's just back in the Scorpion side. Well, if went cheaply. was trying to attack the bowler, but the bowler got the best of him.
And if you follow the career of Leroy Lugg, it suggests that he's a very attacking player. Scores, his strike rate is over 70 in first class cricket. Cumberbatch continues to Mansingh. So he tends to score quickly. I think he has 21 sixes in his short time. And 39 fours. Today's boundary took him to 40 low. Mansingh says wait immediately. And as a bowling unit, as a fielding unit, now you'd feel as if you have a chance here of really stamping your authority on the game and rubber stamping the advantage that you have garnered in the last 35 minutes or so. Not down to great bowling. Edged away, flashing blade of Mansingh. He went all along the ground though. Zachary McCaskey was interested, but the ball goes into the boundary. The first scoring, well, it's his first boundary, Mansingh. He has 5 now. And the Scorpions relieved that it didn't go to hand.
Yeah, sigh of relief there for Mansingh. But when you look at all 4 wickets there, Jerome, all of them are caught. Haven't seen any furniture being hit from morning, showing that the bowlers they are going to let the batters make that mistake. And the 3 quick wickets that have fallen after lunch, they really made mistakes.
Extra man position in the offside. Shakil Cumberbatch runs away to point, and that's his first class wicket. Another celebration. He was adamant Mansingh was out. That one jagged back towards the right-hander. And one by one, the Scorpions' middle order crumbles. Went wide of the crease, shaped it in. Mansingh was caught on the crease. That was adjacent. And Jackie Williams got it right. 113 now for 5. And the Scorpions, they're in serious trouble here at Savannah Park.
I like the way you emphasize on the word serious there. They're in deep waters now, I tell you. And I mentioned this last week that sometimes you got a good start, and in the end, in the middle, after losing 1 or 2 wickets, they come crumbling in the middle, and it is the same thing that is happening to the Jamaica Scorpions here. We saw that in the first game. We saw that in the one against CCC.
Cumberbatch using up the crease. Wicket to wicket. Hakeem Jordan was asking the question. Cumberbatch wasn't interested in even asking a question. He was celebrating. He went away to third man.
Because he knew that Mansingh was plumb in front there.
2 men now from Westmoreland. From out west, they're now in the east. They have to salvage the Scorpions' problems. Romain Morris, the wicket-keeper, batter. It's just as if it was too good to be true for the Scorpions. At 72 for 1.
I'm wondering what is going through the head of the captain now, Blackwood, knowing that he's at the non-striker end. And Morris, we know that Morris can bat. We saw where he got a half century in the game against the Volcanoes.
Cumberbatch is really steaming in.
Yeah, and the energy is high now within the field, and I guess he got another level of confidence now to bowl. The momentum is right for him, and I think he's just going to continue on that trend. No need to try anything extra, just continue on the path that he's on. Just 4 runs and a wicket so far from the over.
Morris trying to drive that one on the up. There's a catching cover really in Kevin Wickham. Just went beyond him as the over comes to an end. A successful over. A first class wicket for Shakil Kamabach. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 113 for 5 after 40 overs. And that wicket ball, the ball before it, similar length, but the ball went towards the slips. And he was basically dragging Mansingh across the stumps. So after giving him that delivery that went away, the first 3 deliveries actually went away. So he carried him in front of the stumps, and then that delivery that came back towards the stumps caught him falling over, off balance, and a big breakthrough for the Pride, who are dominating this session. 54 minutes of play in this session, and they've picked up 4 wickets. Blackwood under pressure here, not just for his personal form, but as a leader, he has to drag the team out of a hole now. Hasn't really gotten a big contribution as yet. 120. And that was in the first innings against, when I say 120, not 120, but a 20 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yeah, I think it was a 25.
Didn't get many in the second innings of that game, and got a good delivery from Zishan Mutara. Spun across him and took the edge to slip.
Even though 5 wickets is down, Jerome, we know that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. And once they know, they have to be mindful in the situation that they're at now and try to build a partnership. That is very important now. Partnership is important, and they need that right now, the Scorpions, to get themselves out of that hole that you said they are in.
Take difficult moments in the game now. Have to concede that the Barbados Pride, they are flying high now at 113 for 5, the Scorpions. So you have to accept the position of the game, first of all, as a batting group, that you're behind the 8 ball per se, or the proverbial 8 ball, and that you have to deal with some tough moments. Just give another 20 minutes to the bowlers or so. Ensure that you don't lose another wicket before tea, because if the Pride can get another wicket between now and tea, the Scorpions are it's highly unlikely that they're going to get a substantial total unless someone plays a blinder. So these two, they're really the last resort in terms of consolidating. Morris is a very positive player, by the way, and has shown that he's willing to counter-attack since those 2 innings against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He's off the mark with 3. He was in a half of the bat. Was aerial, but out of the sight of the man at mid-wicket. And takes the score up to 116 for 5.
Well, very important point there. You said that if they lose a wicket before tea, but Pete Salmon, we saw him got 45 runs in the last game. He will be the actual last resort for the Scorpions. We know that Brian Gardner can do something with the bat as well, but these batters, they will have to do the job now for the Scorpions. Shaquille is really in a good mood here. First class game. So Blackwood haven't got off the markers yet, face 13 deliveries. Morrissey's on 3 of 3 deliveries. 116 for 5. It's a lot on his shoulders. What to do, have to get his team out of that hole. Don't want to be dismissed for that 159.
Kamabach tends to jump wide of the crease on that moment of delivery. So he's using up his angles, Shaquille Kamabach. Doesn't look as if he's playing his first game. He's already gone through 9 overs, heading towards his 10th over. He's conceded only 30 runs. Seems as if he's quicker to you than you think.
For a muscular man, yes, he's quick. Not very tall. Maybe he's about 5'6".
Uses a lot of shoulders in his deliveries. Doesn't come from a long run-up either. So that can also surprise you. Similar to Russian Primus in terms of the length of their bowling run-up. You can see that he's actually hitting the bat hard as it twists in the hands of Jermaine Blackwood. And that brings a closure to the 42nd over. And at the end of it, the Scorpions, they fell away here in this second session. Looked good for some points. And then wickets just tumbled. And they are 116 for 5 at drinks in this second session. The first hour of play completed in the second session. And 40 each to Carlos Brown and Kirk McKenzie. The Scorpions, after being 92 for 1, have now found themselves 116 for 5. Welcome back to Savannah Park. Gonna see Jamel Warrican bowling to Romain Morris, the wicketkeeper batter for the Jamaica Scorpions.
That's leg.
The Scorpions are in a spot of bother. Not just a small spot of bother, but a huge bother at 116 for 5. Because they were well placed at 92 for 1.
Come on, left arm over to you.
Given that they were inserted, it felt as if they were finding their way. So now
Let's play.
they have to find a recovery job, and it has to be done between Morris and Blackwood. Slow turn, no real problem. Is normal. I would say not even slow turn, but slow spin. Spun past Morris and the keeper Dorridge. Let's see the signal from the umpire. Well, it brushed the front pad, so that's a leg by. Gonna be interesting to see the approach of Jermaine Blackwood, who is aggressive by nature. It has been sedate so far. Hasn't scored off 18 deliveries. That's unusual. How much does it play on his mind? And Blackwood would be accustomed to Warrican, and many of these players. He was based in Barbados for several years as part of that HPC, High Performance Center. Also has a son in Barbados.
A lot of people have a lot of things in Barbados. Seems like it's the capital of the Caribbean, I guess.
Some would beg to differ as that completes the over at 117 for 5. Tidy over from Jamel Warrican. He has 2 for 35. And he will be thankful for those 2 wickets. They haven't been his best balls. But what he has done well so far is that he has varied his pace a lot. Used different angles of the crease. Similar to the man who has the ball in hand now, Shaquille Cumberbatch.
Well, he usually bowled the bulk of the overs for the Pride, Jamel Warrican. And he's usually economical as well.
No.
Morris is very positive. It seems as if it's coming off the middle of his bat though. Picking up the length pretty early.
That's how it's been for the first game against the Volcanoes. Got a peach in the second game against CCC, really. From Zishan Matara. Also out of Barbados.
The cricket capital of the region.
Not getting into that.
No.
Well, it has a mecca of cricket.
Still not getting into that.
Okay. It has a lot of Vincentians as well.
I like to stay on the safe side. Don't want to be that biased commentator. Try not to step on anyone's toes.
Morris goes aerial. And it seems as if it was destined for a huge 6. But 1 bounce. That's a top shot, by the way. That was on the up. Clean strike of the ball. And he has a clear mindset as to how he wants to score Romain Morris. And that takes him up to 7 at 121 for 5.
I see their board by the I turn the captain. There's no point.
Really good shot. Shot of authority. As we expected from him. Clean strike off the ball. Immediately. Cumberbatch decide to push back long on.
What a shot. That's clean and straight. Long on has to come around. That's Primus. He had a lot of work to do. Sweetly timed again from Romain Morris. Looks as if he's in that mood again.
That deserve 4. Straight as an arrow. Down the ground. That's the type of player he is.
Any straighter than that, he would have cannoned into the stumps. It was that straight. But because of the long on being in place, reduced his scoring to 2.
Looks very compact.
Come on, Jackie.
Trying to hit that one over extra cover. Missed the edge. And a false shot. Almost reminiscent of what the Scorpions have been doing since lunch. They have been ultra aggressive. But it has also been their downfall at 123 for 5.
Jamel Warrican is still continuing. No surprises there.
So there's no point for Jermaine Blackwood. There's a long off and there's no man deep on the onside. He's yet to get off the mark after 21 deliveries. Team is in a crisis. Captain has to lead the way, or you'd want your captain to lead the way.
Well, so far, it's probably the most deliveries I've ever seen him play without scoring,
Yeah.
even at the international level.
That is just anecdotal, but I'm almost sure it's factual. He tends to score pretty quickly.
Well, it's pretty factual from my end because it's what I saw. I can't ever remember him batting so much deliveries without scoring. But he haven't really scored much for the season so far. And he would want to get some big scores in. So if this approach works for him, so why not? But it's the end of the over. Score is 123 for 5.
Scorpions still have Pete Salmon in the shed and Derval Green, who are capable batters. You wouldn't want to be relying on those two. Then after them, it's the two fast bowlers. And Gordon Bryan and O.J. Shields. Remember they left out Marquino Minley because of injury, and Nkrumah Bonner, who I suspect was going to be a big miss, especially with the fact that Jamel Warrican was going to bowl so many overs. He bats been very well, Bonner. Short, flashing blade, and it flashes away into the boundary. Romain Morris is in no mood to stick around here. He's going hard at the ball, and anything with whiff or over pitched is going to get dispatched.
Well, whether Test cricket, T20, or T10 cricket, or ODI cricket, it deserved the treatment. It was given the width, and he pranced on it. The good thing about it, he finds the gap. It was in the air for a while, but he found the gap. Not in much control, but he did get it through the gap. That's something that you have seen all morning from Kamabash. Remember, he's making his debut here. He's not the ideal package as yet, but so far his consistency is good, and he's back on it.
The Pride sense that a chance is coming soon. You can see it with the field placement by Craig Brathwaite. It's a weird field setting as well on the opening day for a pacer. Long off, long on. A deep mid wicket who is 3/4 away from the boundary and a fine leg. He goes through the offside. There's nobody there except Nikita Miller, who is the assistant coach for the Scorpions. Another boundary for Romain Morris, and he's trying to turn the tide for the Scorpions. Anything on length, and there was no cover, so it was easy pickings for him.
He just always looks so easy. Someone will say that they may not like his approach for 4-day cricket, but I love it. He plays what he knows. And so far, so good. Got out to a peach in the last game from Zishan Matara. He's that kind of confident player.
And what he can do as well is that he gives you assurance if you're at the non-strikers end. The fielding team might be optimistic that a chance might come, but once he's scoring and scoring at a quick rate, it forces the captain to become a little bit more defensive. The fielding captain, that is. So it enables run scoring and the rotation of strike. He's disgusted with himself. Felt as if he missed out there. He didn't get across quick enough. Yeah, didn't get close enough.
Sort of get there and pull his weight back. So the transferring weight in that shot there. When you wanna cut the ball, you wanna get as close as possible. Somewhat like get your hands into the ball instead of pulling away and stretching at it.
Carry that right leg across some more as well, which is the front foot. Short, and fine leg is Jair McAllister. He won't get there. And he's really putting pressure on the bowlers here, Romain Morris. And he completes the over with a boundary. Body line delivery from Komobach, who has 1 for 48. But Morris is up to 21 at 135 for 5.
He's on to 21 in a flash. Jermaine Blackwood still haven't gotten off the mark as yet.
And it's so unusual for a fielding captain to be very aggressive to Blackwood and being defensive to his non-striker or his partner. Leg slip, silly point, short leg from Craig Brathwaite, who is at a short mid-wicket. Russian Primus is at short cover. Those men are in the eye line of Jermaine Blackwood. There's a backward square, like a short backward square. The man from leg slip is now coming to a short mid-off. That looks like Kevin Wickham. Blackwood is unperturbed. He's pushing the deliveries in front of him. And there's also a long off, who is Cumberbatch, who has taken a catch there already. What would have been a long on at the time for Kirk McKenzie. There's also a long on in Jair McAllister. So other than that, everybody's in front of Jermaine Blackwood.
Still pretty much on move. Jermaine Blackwood, even unbothered.
22 runs added in this partnership, and 21 of them to Romain Morris.
Still not off the mark as yet.
He set out his stall here, Jermaine Blackwood. He's none from 33 at 135 for 5. At which point do you think he needs to get a move on, though?
Only Jermaine Blackwood would understand what's going on in Jermaine Blackwood head presently. And it's a different approach, something that we're not accustomed to. So we just have to wait and see how it turns out.
Gonna be a bowling change. So Russian Primus. Replacing Shakil Cumberbatch, who was a little bit off color in his final over, but in this spell, he became the latest Barbadian bowler to take a first-class wicket. Got the wicket of Abhijay Man Singh. Trapped in front of the stumps. So Primus operating with a deep point, a long on, deep backward square or a forward square, as well as a long leg. He had 2 slips originally. It's now been changed to an extra cover, or 2 catching covers really. Seeing that Morris loves to hit the ball on the up. Craig Brathwaite is at a short cover and a mid-off in Warwickon.
Come on.
It's almost white ball bowling now. That was a slow bouncer, or was it just the nature of the surface?
Guess he didn't put a lot of effort into that one. Primus. He do have a quick delivery though. Sometime he can get it up there. I can tell you that. I've seen him operate already. So I know he has the potential to get it up there for delivery or so.
Morris puts his head down as he runs away for at least one. He was run out in the first game. He was going so well in that game as well. He was 35 and made 68 in the 64 in the second innings.
Guessing that his approach would be a bit different to the Pacers Blackwood. Same approach. I'm guessing he realized the situation. He's aware of what's going on. They've already lost 5 wickets. Yes, Pete is very capable with the bat. But them scoring 250 and above to be in a commanding position.
Whipped away, that's his first run, and it will be runs because he will get at least 2. Morris wants 3. And Blackwood is turning. I don't think you're going to get Blackwood run out anytime soon. He gets 3 to get off the mark. And it's 139 now for 5.
So the difference between them getting to 250 at the end of the day will be based upon how these two bat at the crease and how they go about things. Blackwood obviously knows that. I guess that's the reason why he's playing in the manner in which he's playing.
To free his arms with only a single, and 140 comes up for the Scorpions. 140 for 5. See Ryan Hines posted at long on. Nikita Miller has found some shade somewhere. Front of the party stand. That is a full toss from Russian Primus. He has bowled a copy of them so far today. He's gotten away with that because that was a bad delivery. A single to end the 48 at 141 for 5.
Go on, boys. Keep working. Return. We get there.
Been impressed by the Barbados pride and their bowling rate. Already almost bowled 50 overs.
Well, when you have a bowler like Jamel Warwick and operating from one end,
Their match fees are alright. Yeah, they don't
he
need to worry
usually
about the
gets
match fees.
through his overs quickly. That's the reason why I think they introduced Craig Brathwaite at the other end just before lunch to bowl at 2 overs. To make sure that they get in the amount of overs that they should in a session.
I also got the impression that the Pacers bowled the first 17 overs from my memory, the first 17 overs. And I felt after this delivery, I'll expand on my thought. That you could see there was a sign, a clear plan from the fielding captain and the wicketkeeper, Shane Dorridge, that they were trying to get through those overs as quickly as possible. And given that Akeem Jordan is even feeling a slip as well, it doesn't take much of a time for the over to begin. So you sense that they wanted to maximize the conditions. And then once Warwickon was introduced, it was all about building the pressure, but doing it quickly. You realize that you're not scoring, and then edge is taken from Blackwood, puts his head down and starts to hustle for two. Once a bowler is bowling a high volume of overs, and you look up at the scorecard and the runs aren't moving, you start to build that psychological pressure on yourself as a batter. You just feel the urge as if you need to score quicker than you really do. Might be the reason you saw the dismissal of Kurt McKenzie, how he went, as well as Leroy Lugg. Both players trying to clear the men positioned on the boundary. If I was the coach, I would be livid because it's only the first day. And the Scorpions were really in control. And that completes another Jamel Warwickon over, a 16th. 2 for 37. It's 143 for 5. So we see Shane Dorridge marshalling the troops. Craig Brathwaite is off the field. Shamar Holder, who has been rested, is on the field as a substitute.
I think him being rested is all to do with management.
Yeah.
Had a shoulder injury for some time.
I think he had a back issue as well. And as you said, he was working in England to get over these issues. So, and the turnaround time for these games are pretty short. Only 3 days. Short and quick there from Primus. That one was faster than the initial delivery. And he has a few words for Romain Morris. That one had some gas on it.
Usually have a quick one. Shamar Holder have a lot to say to Romain Morris. He's one of those players that was upgraded to an international contract. Shamar Holder, Shamar Joseph, Shamar and Shamar. So it's Shamar and Shamar. Sound pretty similar. Who do you think is more vocal in the field, Jamaicans or Bajans?
I think Jamaicans, because it's only Shamar Holder making noise now. Yeah, they don't really have.
Reminds you of any Jamaican player?
Yeah, that sounds like Chadwick Walton.
He wasn't chirping in the last game for sure after that 163.
Another quick bouncer. This one ill-directed or misdirected.
Conservative energy. But right now, it's only Shamar really. Not really here in Dorridge.
Yeah, he doesn't really chirp a lot. Shane Dorridge is a calm person. You can see it in his demeanor as well. He just goes about his business, gets the job done. Ola is he's enjoying himself though. Into the game. That's too wide. But Morris flashed at it. He missed it. Dorich didn't collect it as well as he should. A bye will be signaled. Or bye is signaled, but a bye is run. Goes over the slip cordon. And that's the Jermaine Blackwood we are accustomed to. Width, he's a diminutive player, so he tends to uppercut rather than go for that full-blooded cut shot, and he just uses the pace of Primus and takes the score up to 148 for 5 at the end of 50 overs.
Really good shot to end the over. I've seen that shot before. Played it twice in the last game against the CCC. Up and over the gully slip region. Jamal Warwick is still continuing from the Courtney Walsh end.
So Warwick wants McAllister off the boundary, come into a regulation mid-off position. There's a long on and a deep mid wicket. They're only 2 men deep. Slip and short leg. Short mid wicket. I don't think getting run out is ideal, no. It is never the best way to get out. Surely not at 148 for 5.
Well, it's just a couple more minutes to tea. So you will find their approach going into tea would be a bit different. And then after tea, they would also be different in terms of scoring. You wouldn't want to lose another wicket going into tea.
Sweep shot comes out. That was a dangerous shot because it was too full. lucky for Morris that he got some bat onto that. And he will get one. No, that's a safer option. It was a similar length.
I do understand a player when they sweep, but in this instant, it was a bit too full for that shot, and it was straight as well.
Gregory Brathwaite's right index finger would have been up in a jiffy. It's 149 for 5 at the end of that over. But all is well that ends well, they say.
Exactly, right?
So Primus is going to continue to Morris. There's a loud shout of catch him, but not Craig Brathwaite nor Akeem Jordan. It whistles into the boundary for 4. And that's a Romain Morris special on the up over extra cover. And the 150 comes up for the Scorpions as well. 153 for 5.
That one raced into the boundary. Got a little bit closer to it that time. Craig Brathwaite, the feeler, who was at short cover, now he's back. Because that one was hit with some power.
It was. Instead of that, it shows you how good the pitch is as well to hit on the up like that. Without worrying about the ball stopping or the ball lobbing to the man at cover. Can just swing through the line. By the way, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're in all sorts of problems against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They are 134 for 9. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, they are struggling. 163 for 8 against the West Indies Academy. This looks like Coolidge. And over in Spanish Town, the combined campuses and colleges, they are 77 for 3 against the leaders. The Windward Islands Volcanoes. Jonathan Carter is up the crease now. Shamar Brooks has top scored so far with 29. He was bowled a short time ago.
Show that the folks who's watching would like to know what's going on out there,
Yeah.
Foster.
You just told Primus. That's
But
a good
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. But once you over pitch, that ball is going to die.
I can remember Chadwick Walton telling a bowler out of Guyana that same thing.
Short, and he works it away. And this is good cricket, by the way. Good energy. Good heat in the battle. Keeps the
He's
batter on his
asking him.
toes as well, yeah.
Do not pitch it up. Do not bowl short. Find somewhere in between that length
Yeah. Don't come in my half.
that you can bowl and stay there. Because as soon as you come out of that region, it's all mine.
Yeah, I'm going to carry you.
So far, so good. Romain Morris, he's showing that he means what he say. Good battle here. I'm enjoying it. How can he sleep on 40 cricket? Still joy.
Third man has been implemented. Blackwood drives back at Primus, feels well. Fires the return back at the stumps. No need to worry for the batters as the over comes to an end at 154 for 5. And Romain Morris is on 29. And Jermaine Blackwood, he's on 10. So as you see there, Jair McAllister 2 for 19. Has been good. Has been lively.
Dope.
So it's going to be Warwickon to continue. And this is going to be another fascinating contest because Warwickon has changed his angle. He has moved from over to round for the last couple of deliveries to Romain Morris.
Interesting feel as well.
So only 2 men out.
He can't allow to get too straight to Morris. With that angle, he can go. He can slide it across. But with his natural angle, if he comes closer to the stump, he can spin it back.
That's a good sweep shot. Picked it up very early that it was offline. And with no man deep backward of square, he just had to get it beyond Shane Mosley at short backward square. And another boundary for Romain Morris. He's moving into the gears now. Scorpions up to 158 for 5. He's up to 33 from 39.
Halfway.
Clipped away to deep mid wicket. It was all along the ground. Morris's 34 runs has 6 boundaries in it. It's a headache for a captain.
Scoring pretty easily. He's finding the gaps. And he's having conversations with the bowlers as well.
Yeah. A perfect day for him. So far.
Took 6 catches in the last game. That should do a world of good for him in terms of his keeping. Some of that confidence will spring off into his batting as well. The fact that he's playing on his home ground, because he plays for this club here in Jamaica.
160 for 5. There was a shout of catch him from Warwickon, but that flew off the bat. McCaskey didn't even have time to get his right hand up. And just a point of information as well, Raheem Cornwall Now has 400 first-class wickets. He started the day with 399. And he has taken 2 wickets so far today. So he's up to 401. Has been the leading off spinner in first-class cricket for years, Rakeem Cornwall. Has played test cricket as well. Took a 10-wicket haul in Bangladesh in that COVID series where several of the players declined to tour. Same tour, Craig Brathwaite led the team to a 2-0 win, and he has been the captain since. McAllister is back. Dorich struggling to collect that one. It bounced in front of him. Wrapped on the fingers. He's in some pain, Dorich. And let's see what happens here because he's struggling a bit. He's ready again, but McAllister make off his run up there, Kez.
Still have a bit of work to do in terms of his run up. Something that I think Pedro Collins would work on. Run up still look a bit
Ragged.
staggered, ragged.
Yeah. But he's a big unit though, so you're not going to get uniformity.
Someone like O'Shane Thomas, he's a little bit better now in terms of alignment, but before, his run up used to be somewhat like a corner. He starts here and then he goes out, comes back in. So it's sort of a zigzag thingy. But he has gotten better in terms of his run up. Jerry McAllister still pretty raw. But something that I believe in is that sometimes we in the Caribbean, we mentioned it in the first game as well, we sort of change players too much to our liking as coaches. Well, for coaches.
I think a short ball attack is coming here for Morris. He backs away, but there is deep square and he's gonna be out, I'm sure. Oh no! He's dropped it. That was poor from Shane Mosley. Based on the field, you knew it was going to be a short delivery. Morris knew. He backed away, and it was in the air forever.
It wasn't one of the best short deliveries that you will ever see. I think Morris could have left that one as well. As a coach, you would be very upset with your batter in this situation. It wasn't one of those fast bumpers where you had to take it on. It wasn't directed to your head or anything like that. It was very short. Jacqueline Williams is showing. It was very short. There was no reason to try to take it on. And I think too much of the talking with the Barbados Pride players got to him. As I was saying that some coaches in the Caribbean, I think they try to change fast bowlers into what they want them to become in terms of who was the greats back then. So in Barbados, as long as you're a fast bowler, they will try to change you to make you look as close to the Malcolm Marshall, the greats.
A flashing blade from Jermaine Blackwood. That's his trademark and his MO. And he's gonna get a boundary. Took him some time to get off the mark. Took him 33 deliveries. And now once you're in his half, he's gonna swing that bat very hard and gets a boundary. And the Scorpions, they're now up to, well, the 50-run partnership comes up first of all. 53 runs from 84. Blackwood has contributed only 11. The score is 166 for 5. I'm going to get back to that comment about the the coach is changing the players. But that was ridiculous fielding from Shane Mosley.
You expect better at this level. Easy catch as well. He had all the time in the world.
No, no, no.
But yeah, you always find that coaches are in the Caribbean change players too much to be like the greats that used to play the cricket before us. They try to put the players in a way whereby they will say, this is what Malcolm Marshall used to do.
As you look at it again, and Mosley, let's see if he was in a drop zone.
Too easy.
Too easy. Has to take that. His hands were in the wrong position, by the way. His hands were pointing almost like a butterfly. And dropped it. And that completes McAllister's over. He should have had a wicket of the very first ball of this new spell.
Just think it wasn't one of the best bumpers you'll see. It was sort of a wayward bumper. Could have left it. It was too high. It wasn't attacking. It wasn't doing anything. It wasn't attacking your head or anything like that. So it could have been left alone. He even jumped to play the shot.
You get another one before,
Yeah.
But as I was mentioning,
14, man. Gotta get-
I could remember having that same conversation with Curtly Ambrose. And he was telling me that as a coach, the worst thing you could probably do is try to change bowlers to do what used to happen in the past. Sometimes you just have to work with what they have, add bits and pieces to get them better. And I am a firm believer in that. Because a coach will come to you and say, Curtly Ambrose used to hold the ball just on the tip of his fingers. That's the reason why he used to see me the wrong.
Yeah.
But then, if I try to bowl like that, I want to slide in down a bit. If I try to hold the ball on the tip of my fingers, it will not work for me because my fingers are shorter
Yeah.
than Curtly Ambrose's finger.
Yeah.
So what used to work for him may not work for me. Malcolm Marshall used to run at an angle. But the good thing about it, whenever he's ready to deliver the ball,
He was right beside
his
the stumps.
alignment is perfect going down and his energy is going down. Me trying to run from an angle may not work for me.
Backed away. There's no point. No need to run either, Romain Morris. Save your legs. That's 4. And he's up to 39, and the Scorpions 170 now for 5. It was faster from Warwick. He was on the stumps for a bit. But Morris has fast hands as well. Picked up the length pretty early and gets another boundary. 57. The partnership of 91 balls. So this has been a counter-attacking partnership. And that's what Patience does as well, because he was really blocking everything and forced Warwick to try something else. At the end of over number 55, it's 170 for 5, and I think the final over before tea is coming up now with Jair McAllister to bowl. I always wondered if people like Sir Curtly and, for example, Malcolm Marshall would probably say, would find it, let me not say, will find it difficult to coach because they were so good at what they did, or so great at what they did. It must be difficult to watch someone when you're telling them to do something and they can't really emulate what you did.
Well,
It must be challenging.
That's the first step in being a coach. Is
Yeah.
first of all, you have to learn how to understand others. So everybody doesn't possess the same ability. So firstly, you have to learn how to understand others and find out what makes a player tick. It could be motivational speech. It could be telling him, listen, you're no good and you have to do better. It could be that rough talk. They're just different things that makes a player or make you get the best out of a player. Trying to get a player. That's a good stop. Good shot as well. Good stop by Mosley. He's showing that he's good with the ball on the ground.
Yeah. Because I think that's a problem as well, that not always you find the great players becoming great coaches. And not just in cricket, but in all sports, because I just think they find it difficult to understand the difficulties of a player, not being like them. Worked away forward of square, that's a trademark Jermaine Blackwood shot, a straight bat as well when he plays that shot. Because he's so short, he allows the ball to come onto him and he jabs it like a forehand jab and gets the ball in front of square.
That's the best thing I think as a coach is being able to understand a player and understand what works best for him and not what works best for you. What works best for you would be his execution on the field of play. But what works best for him to perform, to execute that, would be how you go about dealing with that player to get him to reach to that standard where he performs for you as a coach. So I fully understand that Jerry McAllister is still pretty raw. Still has to work on his alignment. But for now, his errors that he's hitting in this game has been a sight to see. This is his 10th over, just 26 runs, already pick up 2 wickets. The important wicket of Chadwick Walton, and even so, Carlos Brown.
Gets Blackwood on his toes to complete the over and complete the session as well. And that will be tea here at Sabina Park on the first day of this third round match between the Jamaica Scorpions, who were sent into bat, and the Barbados Pride. The Scorpions 172 for 5. And they must feel aggrieved, the Scorpions, because they were well placed at 91 for 1. And they lost 4 wickets for 21 runs. They slumped to 113 for 5 after the dismissal of Abhijay Mansingh, who was trapped in front by Shakil Kamabach, who picked up his first-class wicket. So Carlos Brown, he fell for 40. Kurt McKenzie, he also fell for 40, while Leroy Lugg, he was dismissed by Jamel Warrican, caught in the deep, and so too was Mackenzie. Lugg made 13. Mackenzie, as I said, 40 from 79. Carlos Brown, 40 from 105. Akeem Jordan, 8 overs, none for 19. Jair McAllister, 8 overs, 2 for 19. 4 maidens included. Shakil Kamabach, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 48. And Jamel Warrican, the other successful bowler, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 44. Russian Primus, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. And Craig Brathwaite, 2 overs, a maiden, and 5 runs conceded. So a tea here at Sabina Park. The Scorpions, 172 for 5. Rejoin us in about 15 minutes' time.
Good day, we're back here at Sabina Park for the continuation of this game between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. Barbados Pride doing a fine job, pulling back the game somewhat. But Romain Morris is at the crease along with skipper Jermaine Blackwood, 172 for 5 of 56 overs. Jerry McAllister, 2 for 26. Also 2 for Jamel Warrican. Jermaine Blackwood and Morris have a job to do on their hand. First hour here after the tea interval. How do you think they would approach it, Kimberly?
Well, at the end of every session, we just had lunch before, now we had tea. They will know they have to start over and start from the first delivery, play it positively, because we saw where after lunch they lost 4 quick wickets, not wanting that to happen after tea. So they will just have to pick up where they left off before tea. And it's a good partnership here between the two. They will want them to continue on this path after losing their 5th wicket for 113 runs. They want them to continue to grow this partnership until even to the end of the day's play into tomorrow's morning session.
Ready, Jackie?
Well, Jamel Warrican to continue. He bowled almost, he bowled the whole session after lunch. And he's continuing here. As I mentioned earlier, he usually bowls the bulk of the overs for Barbados. Starts on the money. And rightly so, Kimberly. We may see a different approach here by Barbados. They will try to create some pressure because Romain Morris did a good job after lunch. He really played positive. And also a drop catch as well from Shane Mosley in the deep. A bumper by Jerry McAllister. A couple of overs or so before tea. That one a little bit straighter from Jamel Warrican.
Yeah, you talk about that jab catch. I don't think Morris should have played that shot, but luckily he was put down. And even if you're going to play a shot like that, you want to know that you're in control of the shot.
That's the first thing. He was never in control. It was really a loose delivery. It was a nothing delivery, I would say. It was short. It wasn't attacking his helmet. He wasn't in a position to make him say he have to pull at it. It was really a nothing delivery. He could have just left it. But then it was so competitive out there between him and some of the Pride players. That one beating the keeper as well. Chases on. Akim John couldn't get there. Goes into the boundary. 4 byes. Just trained down the leg side. Jermaine Blackwood missing out on a 4, but still get 4 in the end. 4 byes added to the score.
Yeah, which takes the partnership to 64 runs from 104 deliveries. The score is 177 for 5. 17 extras so far from 57 overs. That delivery missed everything. And talking about the jab catch, that was actually a sitter there. Don't see how comes he put that one down, and that was the breakthrough that Brathwaite was looking for before tea. Morris, he moves to 40 now from 52. Blackwood, he's at 17 from 58 delivers. The run rate is at 3.11. They would want to continue on this path that they're on to keep the partnership growing.
Jerry McAllister is back.
No.
On the money immediately. I would like to see Romaine Morris saying the same things that he was saying to Primus to Jerry McAllister. Obviously, Jerry McAllister have more pace than Rashawn Primus, but I like the competitive nature. And he goes at it again, but this time he's equal to the task. 4 runs, giving himself a little bit of room, pulling away from it a bit. It was short, but he gave himself a bit of room and swatted it over mid-wicket for 4.
And look where he stands. Way outside of the guard line there. Way outside there, and then he takes one step to the leg stump and punishes that one. So definitely he's up to something, but I don't want him to take any risk. I want him to play the way that he has been playing since he got to the crease. Jermaine Blackwood just cheering him on there, saying, "Baton boy." No, you don't like that phrase, Keswick, but he's just telling him continue to bat the way that you're batting. Baton, 181 for 5.
Well, for 2 batters, telling your other batter to bat on is not an issue. They're supposed to bat on. But for me, looks like a no ball for McAllister.
No.
But yeah, Kimberly, I mean, for me, telling me to bat on when I'm batting a bowler that's bowling at 90 miles per hour, you're asking me to do something that is out of the ordinary. You should tell me to be safe. Yes. That's more like it. Our producer? Be safe.
Be safe.
Because I can remember that game, I didn't get out. But it was an off volley and I played at it. And I'm telling you, it didn't hit the bat. But I walked. And Brad Haddon looked at me and he was like, did you nick it, mate? That one too much wit. He looks a lot better with the new ball in terms of his control and stuff. He looks a bit out of sort now. Obviously, fatigue will kick in and stuff like that. When he's a lot fresher, his lines and stuff is a lot better. But Brad Haddon shout at me. He's like, "Did you nick it, mate?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't cheat." I left.
But you did cheat because it did not touch the bat.
No, I did not cheat.
What did you do, Keswick?
I didn't know. I just left.
Well, there's some batting. What a nice shot. A dazzling shot to the boundary for 4. Picked it up quite well here. And he punishes it that one to the boundary.
It's not the prettiest of shots. But it's 4.
He just,
If you play that sort of shot in T10 cricket or T20 cricket, would have been a wonderful shot. But at this level and in this format, we usually talk about the elbow. We usually talk about getting close to the ball. But this time, Romaine Morris chipping to McAllister, losing his balance all over the shop.
That's the
Still got 4,
yeah.
and he's at 49 now of 58 deliveries.
And that is the only thing that spoiled his shot a little bit when he almost tumbled down there. But he meets that one halfway. And I must say there's some batting chemistry between Morris and Blackwood. I heard someone in the background said they are cousins, they are related. So I guess they would play a lot of cricket together so they know how each other play or bat. But he's on 49 now from 58 deliveries. And I hope anxiety doesn't takes him over, because we've seen that with Carlos Brown.
Well, he's taking the attack to McAllister. Someone will look at it and they would say, it's an ugly shot, but for me, it's 4 runs.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, what's in the book is 4. Not an ugly 4, it's 4.
Yeah.
And that's gone. Jermaine Blackwood taking a different approach today. Jamel Warrican, that one that usually just hold its line. Delivering it from wide of the crease, angle in. Gregory Brathwaite put it up that finger. First ball of Jamel Warrican, 21st over, picked up the wicket of skipper Jermaine Blackwood. He's gone for 18. The score is 188 for 6.
Well, you can see the look on his face when that finger went up there by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. He knows it, he walks away, and he knocked the bat to say, I should have applied some bat there. But the 6th wicket is down. Good partnership there between the two. They'll have to try and build another one here between Morris and, is that Green? No, Salmon. Pete Salmon walks out. But we know the type of bowler Warrican is. He picked up 5 for 59 over there at Kensington last week against the Volcanoes. He picked up 4 for 29 and 3 for 16 at Shedwin Park. So they know that he can deliver for the Barbados pride.
Hence the reason he have been bowling ever since after lunch. So he bowled through that entire session, and then he started after tea again.
5 deliveries.
So this is his 21st over, 49 for 3, which brings Pete Salmon to the crease. Very capable with the bat. But I'm loving what I'm seeing from the other end, from the Michael holding end.
Yeah, Pete played 45 the last game between the CCC. And as I said before, it's a start over. At the end of the session, they break the concentration, and for them to come back, they'll have to start all over. They lost a wicket in the game. A quick 1-2 after tea, just like after lunch. So Morrissey's on strike, he's on 49. So he picked up a half century against the Volcanoes.
Just a couple of deliveries left in this over. Trying to see if Morris will look to rotate the strike. Jamel Warwick can just really just 3 fielders on the offside. Skipper Bratwright is bringing in deep square leg to normal square leg there. Finishing that over with the dot ball. Warwick on another successful over, picking up the wicket of Jermaine Blackwood. Scorpions is 189 for 6, 49 for Morris, 40 for Carlos Brown, and 40 for Kurt McKenzie. So all batters did get a start. Let's see if Morris would be able to convert his starts into 50s and then convert his 50s into 100s. He's counter-attacking here.
Yeah, the good thing about Pete here is that Morris would not have to shield him because Pete is a batter. He can handle himself. So all they have to just try and keep the scoreboard ticking and get some more runs, build a new partnership. 189 for 6. At least try to get to 250 and get that batting point.
I'm enjoying this McAllister, Romain Morris chemistry. Something must have been set out there between both players. Ooh. Good lines, good lines. Good lines, good lengths.
Yeah, talking about good line, good lengths, I haven't really seen the Barbados Pride bowlers try anything extra. Just bowling the line and length that is required of them and being disciplined. So they picked up 6 wickets. We saw a 2-leg before and the others have been caught.
It will be very, very important that the Scorpions take it as close as possible to the end of this play. Having the prize out there for the day will mean a lot to them. Will kind of weigh down the prize a bit more. Teams that usually feel a day sometimes, it can't get the better of you. The sun is hot, Kimberly.
Very hot.
Good lines, good lines.
We're not really having that heavy wind that we had this morning. When you look at the Michael holding and the banner was going across there, it's not really that heavy as it was before. Still a little headwind across the ground. I know tomorrow morning you come back here and say it was a bit nippy because we're having another cold front.
With the heat that I'm experiencing in the daytime, I really wouldn't mind a bit of cold in the night. But that's the end of the over. End of another good McAllister over. String a lot of deliveries together in that over. Score is 189 for 6.
Seems as if he's leaving the field there, Keswick. I hope he's okay.
Usually they're fine. Just a little bit of fatigue. Check the physio to get a little stretch. He's a big guy as well. Just a little bit of fatigue kicking in. He'll be fine. He'll be all right. He'll be back out in a jiffy. But Jamel Warrican to continue. It's 22nd over.
It's a good delivery there from Warwickon. They have to be watchful. Morrissey's on 49. He's on strike. Have to be very watchful. Different variation here from Warwickon. Can skids it on. Can pull you from the stump.
Off, Mark, off.
And they will have to try and stay there, as you mentioned, until the end of today's play, not to lose any more wicket. "60 overs gone in the day's play already. 189 for 6. Try and get the 250 at least to add that point to where you're at. The Scorpions, I think they're at 24.4 points, while the Volcanoes, they're leading the charge with 42.2 points, if I'm correct.
Looks in two mind there. Morris. Hence the reason why Warwickon looks so bamboozled.
Now that Jahir is off the field, I wonder who is going to come in to bowl there. Haven't seen Holder bowl yet. We know he can bowl.
Cole is actually not playing today. He's on for Chair McAllister. He's a 12-man for today. Just giving him a bit of rest.
Yes.
Just coming back from injury. Played in Super 50. But first class cricket is a whole different ball game. So you have to know how to manage him. Immediately that outswinger from Jordan. Bang on the money.
And that's where you'd want the money to be spent, right outside of the off stump.
Morris is spending it pretty well so far. Pete, he's the one that's a bit cheeky with his spending.
It's nice to see the Scorpions get their current run rate to 3.08 this morning. For most of the morning session, it was at 1.53.
Jiven on the up. Almost beat Craig Bratwitt at mid-off. Just a single though. Pete is still on 49. He has been on 49 for the last. Morris, sorry, still on 49. He has been on 49 for the last 2 overs or so. Warwick as economical as he usually is. The main focus right now for the Prides would be to see the back of Morris. Romain Morris, that is. So far, he has been doing a great job in terms of counter-attacking. And that one pulled right in front of square leg down to the mid-wicket side. Just 2. That brings up his 50. Another 50 in this year's Regional 4-day tournament. The first one was against the Volcanoes in the first game. Got a gem of a delivery in the second game from Zishan Mutara. That sees his demise, but no. His third game this year against the Pride. Score his second 50 this year. Really well played, young man.
You mentioned that the Pride would want to see the back of him. Why? Yes, he's the set batter. And if they can get him out and bring in another new batter to join Pete Salmon, then they will have a better chance of getting the rest of the batters out before the close of play. Try to restrict the Scorpions from getting that batting point.
Get with it now.
The Scorpions, they really appreciate that half century from Romain Morris. Well, he's on 53 from 70 deliveries. 62 overs come to an end. The score is 194 for 6. Current run rate is 3.13. Thus, 5 runs coming from that from Akeem Jordan. Bowled 9 overs, 24 runs, no wicket. I must say, good knock from Morris. He applies some patience there to get 53. The spectators, I have some spectators here. If you want to get some nuts, some refreshment, you can head on downstairs. So PT's on 2 from 11. So Pete Salman is just have to be there and be in the moment and be watchful, not try to throw away his wicket. Well, he goes for the big shot. He hits that hard and high. It is gone. Think that is going to be the first one of the day for the Jamaica Scorpions. It is out of the park for a colossal 6.
Really well played. We have seen it a lot in the last game. The slug sweep from Pete Salmon. He loves it in that area. And it's really a free swing for him. We miss your ball change here.
That 6 brings up the 200 for Jamaica Scorpions, 200 for 6. Pete is not going to be pinned down by the bowlers. We know how destructive he can be to the bowlers. And he's going to play his natural game and get runs on the board. good comeback. Well played there by Pete.
Go nice and straight. Anything I do, yes. Don't play after that.
Can't get it that close to Mr. Salmon. Oh, that is close. This could be out. Jamel Warwick can look as happy as ever, but we'd want to see that again. Because Warwick looked so happy at once. He felt it was out. Looks pretty close from where I'm standing at. Gregory Brock, you might be onto something here, but it looks like it may clip the leg stump.
Well, it hits above where the line is, so maybe he looks at that and said maybe it was going to go down or over. I'm just saying.
We definitely want to see that after this delivery, Kimberly.
Yes.
Because it looks like, from what I'm seeing here, it kept a little low. Jamel Warwick can usually use the crease, comes from wide, use the angle, pitch on off. To me, from where I'm standing, Kimberly, it looks. We need the use of Hawkeye. We don't have that technology here, folks, but Jamel Warwick at one point looked like he was celebrating wicket number 4. But this is what he usually does. He comes from wide of the crease if he wants to angle it in, where pitch is fine. No issues there at all. But to me, I feel like it may miss the leg stump.
It was drifting.
I feel like it may miss the leg stump. So I would say a good decision. We don't have the technology here, folks. And I don't want to, you know what, I'm not going to say I think. It is missing the leg stump.
Yeah. And
That's a good decision, Gregory.
indeed, I'll agree with you. And based on where Pete is batting from, he was away from the leg stump. And when he got there and where it hit him, that's really, really a good decision.
It's a good decision, but
Brathwaite.
after today, I'm sure this Barbados team is going to take away his passport. They would say, you could never be Bayesian. But it was a good decision. Let's look at it one more time here. Wide of the crease, using the angle as usual, but that looks like it would miss the leg stump.
Definitely.
Shane Dorridge, very disappointed, but I'm thinking it may miss the leg stump.
But he was so sure. And when umpire Brathwaite said not out, you could see the disappointment all over his face and even to the keeper's face as well.
Having a conversation with his skipper. His skipper just ran to Akeem Jordan. But you can see Warwick is very upset with that decision. But I'm thinking it's a good decision. I'm thinking it would miss the leg stump because he's coming from wide, Kimberly. He's coming from wide of the crease. He usually angle it in. If he wants to spin it, he comes closer to the stump. At that point, he came from wider. Let's give the folks one more view. Because he came from pretty wide. It's missing, Kimberly.
Definitely.
We're
Based on-
seeing off stump and a little bit of middle stump. It's missing. So it's a good decision. I'm sure that the prize will not like it. Short. Well controlled. Down to the man just in front of square. Kevin Wickham, that is. Still can't wait to get a look at him with the bat in hand. One of the promising youngsters here in the Caribbean. Played for Barbados Royals in the CPL last year. Another player that I'm looking out for is also McCaskey was on that tour in Australia. Didn't get to play, but really good player. He's one of those players that when he bats and he gets in stride, his cover drive and his straight drive is a sight to see. Reminds you of Shea Hope, and he did say one of his favorite players is Shea Hope, but growing up his idol would have been Sawan. He used to take his parents' money and buy the scarf to tie on his head. Well, Sawan would be proud. Is it dropping short?
I think he dropped short.
Drive on the up. Just dropping short of Kevin Wickham. These are the things that can get to you as a team. When you think that you get a wicket, the umpire don't send it, and then you get dejected after that for a couple of overs or so and lose concentration. But I'll tell you something, Barbados Friday. It looked close.
But it's not close enough.
On real time. Mm-hmm. It looks close on real time. I'll give you that. But as long as you slow it down, and from where we're at, we have a little bit of technology to go with us, so we can see the angle in which it's in where it's going. Come from wide of the crease, and it's going on with the angle. To me, I honestly feel it's missing the leg stump. But he's back. His 24th over, just 56 runs, 3 wickets. Over the years, he have been playing a lot of cricket for Barbados. The T10 tournament as well in Barbados. The BIM T10. I think he's a captain of the team that won 2 years in a row. Can't remember the name of the team though, but finding the gap, flicks it over mid wicket. Could only get 2 though. Just going over the infield. Dangerous shot. Playing that shot, you have to get it high. They have passed the 200 mark.
Yeah, they need another 47 to get that point that they are looking for. With the 250. And I'm sure they would want Morris to stay there.
On mark. That's overboard.
65 overs gone, 203 for 6. Remain Morris and Pete Salmon at the crease. Just 2 runs coming from that over from Warwickon. Picked up 3 wickets already for 58 runs. And the top batters so far for the Scorpions are Morris, who is not out on 56, Carlos Brown, who's gone for 40, and Mackenzie's gone for 40 as well. They're having a chat. Because what do you think that conversation is all about? Think they're saying we'll have to try to get to the 250, and once we get to the 250 mark, then we can do what we need to do, but try and bat out the day's session and come back tomorrow. But the most important thing is the 250 right now for the Scorpions. Akeem Jordan bowl. He's in his 11th over, 25 runs so far, no wicket. Even though he haven't taken a wicket yet, he's still bowling pretty well.
I can remember when I made my debut tour for Winwards. It was against Barbados. I could remember looking at the pace attack. It was a serious pace attack. It was Tino Bess. Pedro Collins was there, I think. I think it was Ian Bradshaw. I think it was Kimar Roach or Fidel Edwards. One out of the two. I can't remember fully. That game we managed to win the first innings over Barbados, and it was it was exciting for us. The pace attack of Tino Best. I can remember Atticus Brown from St. Vincent made his debut in that game. He scored 34 on debut. And he was driving, you know, Pedro Collins don't really have the pace as Tino Best. But he swings the ball, so he was looking for the edge of Atticus Brown, and he was just driving Pedro Collins in front point, behind point, just in front of cover. And then Tino walked up to him and told him, he said, listen, this is your first game, and this is not a driving lesson. But you see, when I come to bowl, just make sure you can duck, make sure you can weave. You probably might have to close your eyes as well. It took Tino Best 3 deliveries to get rid of Atticus Brown. Good pace, fire. We're missing that now from the Barbados team. McAllister, yes, he has the pace, but can he go for long spells?
And know the aggression that goes with Tino Best. Very aggressive.
Very aggressive and fit as well.
Yes.
Still can rack up a few miles. I mean, seen him hit a couple of guys in the Masters on the head still. He still can get it up there. Still has a lot of pace for his age. And that one's gone over the top. Pete Salmon, no invitation needed. A volley unoffered, and Salmon did not refuse it.
He was in total control. He comes across pretty early. Waiting for the replay again. Standing outside, way outside of the leg stump, and he comes across pretty early, in control of the shot, and puts it to where it belongs. Picked up 4. So the conversation continues between the two at the crease. Pete moves on to 12 from 24. Morris is on 56 from 80, 208 for 6 at the end of 66 overs. Just that 4 and a wide coming from Akeem Jordan's over. And I must say these two, they are maintained the current run rate at 3.15. Once Pete gets set, he faced 24 deliveries. He can create some problems for the bowlers. Saw him played 45, just fell 5 runs short of his half century, which would have been his first. Well, he has a chance here today to get it. Yeah.
Well, he's at the crease with a batter, and he's not running out of batting. little bit loose for Morris.
He wanted to go for the big shot, and
The thing about that shot is that he's pulling himself away from it, trying to look for that inside out. Really and truly, there's only two fielders in front the bat on the offside, which is a man at cover in skipper Craig Brathwaite and McAllister, who's at mid-off. So anything outside the line of off stump, he would look to try to access the offside, because anything over the head of Craig Brathwaite
yeah,
would be four.
yeah, and even though he was trying to play that shot, he was tumbling over again.
Trying to give himself that room to access the offside. So with the feel that Warwick can have there now, he have to keep it on stump. Cannot bowl anything outside the line of off stump. Just like that. Giving himself room, punching it through. Extra cover, he may not go for four. Only two. Skipper Brathwaite doing chase. So that's two to end the over. It's 210 for 6.
So bowling change. Kevin Wickham, it looks like. The leg spinner. And the Scorpions 210 for 6. Feel a little bit better, but they should have been in a far better position based on the start that they had. Then a good partnership between Romain Morris, who is still there, 58, and Jermaine Blackwood, who was dismissed a few overs ago to Jamel Warrican. I think the first objective from here is to get 250, which is to register a batting point for the home team. Small moments. Then after getting to 250, it's about getting another one, getting closer to 300. Short delivery, and Pete Salmon, help yourself. A rank long hop, and he really smashed it into the square leg boundary for 4. Not the greatest start for Kevin Wickham.
Well, he opened the accounts of Wickham there with the first delivery for a 4. And that will put some pressure on Wickham, knowing that the first delivery went for a boundary.
Tend to get those with leg spinners. Drag down a few. But someone is back and carves it out to forward of point. And you get a single, an easy single. And the sun is blazing here in Kingston. Didn't expect that based on what was in the forecast. With a cold front around, or expected to be around. From today through to Saturday. There was rain around yesterday as well, which aided the Barbados Pride decision in bowling first. Green, touch of green on the surface, some moisture in the wicket as well. Wickham to Romain Morris. He gets it off the outer half of the bat. It goes to Cumberbatch. He's laboring to get to that ball. Gets 2 more runs. Romain Morris. Second half century of the season, by the way.
What's that?
We can keep going, buddy.
Made his highest score against the Volcanoes with 64.
Back it up.
Pete was interested in a single, but not Romain Morris.
Yeah, the previous one where they took 2, he really put some pressure on Morris to say, come, let's go for 2. So Morris will have to be on his feet and ready to go.
Dropped down again, but poor feeling by Rashawn Primus. The Pride have made some
Back it up.
schoolboy errors in the field so far today. 2 runs conceded to complete the first. Kevin Wickham over 9 runs off it. It's now 219 for 6. And the partnership is 31 from 59. 13 runs contributed by Romain Morris, while Pete Salmon has contributed 17 as the players take a drink here at Sabina Park, and we'll take a break and return with more action. So welcome back to Barbados Pride. 68 overs bowled, so 22 overs to go. And they have just over 135 minutes to do that. You'd expect them to finish their complement in that time if they're going to bowl out these overs today, if the Scorpions can survive. Romain Morris, 62, 2 runs shy of his highest first-class score. And Pete Salmon is on 17. And just a change in bowling, Jamel Warrican, I think for the first time since he was introduced, he's been replaced.
Leg stump.
And the debutant, Shaquille Cumberbatch,
Alright, gentlemen, let's play.
is going to start with his 13th over, 1 for 48. He has gotten through a good amount of overs for his first day. In first class cricket, he's ambling to the crease. And just to give you the score card for the Scorpions, Chadwick Walton was the first one to go for 5. Carlos Brown was the next to go for 40. Then Kirk Mackenzie for 40. Leroy Lugwood for 13. Jermaine Blackwood for 18. Well, Abhijay Mansingh went before Blackwood. He went for 5. And as I said, Morris is on 62 and someone on 17. Straight towards the stumps. Luckily that he had some bat on that. Pete Salmon. And this is the second spell from this to Courtney Walsh end for Cumberbatch.
He seems to like coming from this end. Picked up a wicket. Must feel good on his debut here.
Had a catch as well. And gave you a jig as well. Perfect day for him if you ask him. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 61 without loss in their first innings response to 137 made by Trinidad. Hurricanes in a good space this season. Clipped away. That's timing more than power. It ends up going all the way for 6. Another one for Pete Salmon. That was really a freebie by Cumberbatch. No real pace on it. And this is Pete Salmon's territory. Vacant areas on his legs. He's going to get the full treatment to the ball and gets the score up to 225 for 6.
And he moves up to 23 from 31. Shows that he's in a no-nonsense mood here. Second 6 in his innings. And it's the second one of the day for the Scorpions.
So as I was saying, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 137. Leeward Islands, 63 without loss. And Rakeem Cornwall took 400 first-class wickets. 2 for 5 to go with 3 for 38 from Jeremiah Louis. Colin Archibald, 3 for 28. And Daniel Durham, 2 for 32. And that game is at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Another game ongoing over in Antigua. The West Indies Academy, they are 37 for 3 in their first innings response to 175. Kevin Sinclair taking all 3 wickets. Those wickets in Becky Joseph, Akima Geese, Teddy Bishop. Jamaican Jordan Johnson, he's at the crease. He's 2 from 8. Oh, Jordan has just been dismissed. Okay. So I put the Mickey on him again. So that's another one dismissed. And over at Chedwin Park, that one got off to a late start because of wet spots on the pitch. Wide of the crease again is Cumberbatch.
That's overboard.
The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're up against the CCC. The Volcanoes, they are the leaders of the competition. At the start of today's play, 134 for 5, the CCC. Guess who is in the runs? Well, Jonathan Carter, he just fell for 31. Evelyn is on 42. He's the opener. He has made 42 from 120 deliveries. So those are the updates from the matches around the region. Scorpions looking for their second win. So too the Barbados Pride. Kevin Wickham has the ball in hand again.
So Pete just runs up to Morris there, said something and gets back. I wonder what he said though. Maybe he said just watched him. They are just 25 runs away from getting that batting point.
Ball again, Kevin. Nice, Kev, nice, Kev.
That looked more like an off spinner than anything else from Wickham. Full toss. Worked away by Morris. He's looking for two, won't get it.
How's that, Joey?
226 for 6. It's just about small margins here for the Scorpions. This pitch looks as if it's going to be a belt on day 2. They're capable players in that Barbados team that can score runs. Captain Craig Brathwaite is short on runs, but you just believe the law of average might just be in his favor in this match. 4 times batted so far in this season. Highest score I think is 18. Yeah, definitely bowling off spinners now, Kevin Wickham.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has a long on, deep mid wicket and a deep square leg on the boundary. And spins back into the right-handed salmon. So he started off bowling his leg spin and then showing his versatility now by bowling off spin.
Well, he sees that the leg spin wasn't working, so he hops on over to half spin, hoping to get a chance to break this partnership. 70 overs gone, 226 for 6.
Yeah, man, we turn, we move, we got a little life, boys. Let's keep working.
Wicketkeeper Shane Dorridge asking the players to move around. It's been a long day. 71 overs. Well, the 70th over just completed. They're in the 71st. Cumberbatch will continue. Pete Salmon is interested in quick singles. Hasn't gotten one of them. 3rd time being turned down by Romain Morris.
And that's good from Morris. He knows that he doesn't have the speed as Pete or maybe Blackwood, so he's not going to take the chance and throw away his wicket.
Short, a no ball signal. And another aggressive shot from Romain Morris. They have tried to attack him with that short length. Didn't look so comfortable against Jair McAllister, but he only faced an over of him. And as you can obviously see that Craig Brathwaite is managing his premier fast bowler. He has bowled 3 spells so far today. 5 over burst. Well, it should be 4 because he bowled 2 overs before tea.
Ball.
Another no ball from Cumberbatch. This is not good.
Overstepping there.
So the score is now 200 and should be 230 actually.
So the keeper comes down to him, have a chat, telling him to be calm and relax. Don't try to bowl anything too extra. 230 on the board. Who thought they would have gotten to 230 after they were losing wickets? But Blackwood and Morris put on a partnership, and now it is Pete and Morris. They want to get to the 250, get that 250 out of the way.
So as I was saying is that McAllister has bowled 12 overs. Jordan 11, Cumberbatch into his 13. This is in the air. There's a shout of catch him. It's over mid-off. Warwick has to turn and chase because he was at a normal mid-off, not the deep mid-off that we have seen so far employed. Craig Brathwaite looks dejected, so too is Cumberbatch. Suggesting to Warwick that he should have been back.
Yeah, and he would want another wicket to add to his tally here. So he'll have to just try again.
As I mentioned, it has been a good last couple of months for Romain Morris, or year 2023, coming into this season. Scored 4 centuries last year in domestic 2-day cricket. He was named the Player of the Year for Kingston Cricket Club, so he's just translating that form into the regional competition. And the good thing for him is that all the Scorpions game will be played here once they're played in Jamaica, so a lot of familiarity with the surface, conditions. Even in the first game when the Scorpions were 90 odd for 5, he showed how he was going to approach it, similar to how he approached today's innings. Aggressive. Cumberbatch angles himself away from the stumps again. Shape it into the right-hander who blocks it to complete the 71st over at 233 for 6.
So they lost their 5th wicket, 113. And we saw where Morris was put down in the deep. But he's utilizing his chance here. He's on 67. And what I admire about Pete is that he's not allowing pressure to build on Morris. He's playing his shots, picking up runs, and rotating the strike to keep the scoreboard ticking, which is good. That's what they need.
So we come to bowl more off spins. Backs away. carves it out to deep point. Another easy single for Romain Morris, who, by the way, is up to his highest ever score in first class cricket. There's a big swing from Pete Salmon, and he has to go. That was an almighty hike. He missed everything, but the ball was heading towards the stumps, and it was heading towards middle stump as well. And the finger of Jacqueline Williams went up almost immediately. It was a full toss, and he just missed it. Was trying to hit it over South Camp Road. Missed everything, and he has to go for 24. And he must feel disappointed. That was a full toss.
Yeah, he knows that was a gift. As would say, it was a gift, and he was trying to put it away, but I think he went too hard on that shot, missed it, and it was in his pad for a little bit. Dead in front there. He's gone. The score is 234 for 7. They are 16 away from the 250 mark. Derval Green is the new batter walking to the crease. So Wickham start with leg spin. It wasn't working for him. He switched over to half spin, and he picked up the wicket of Salmon. So he's 11 runs, a wicket in his third over, 2.3 overs. Morris is on 68 from 100 deliveries.
So the new man is Derval Green, who replaced Marquino Minley. And Kevin Wickham picked up the wicket off Pete Salmon just now. Short delivery to Green, who also plays for Kingston Cricket Club in the domestic competition.
Wait, Ricky.
Sense as if Barbados were just waiting for a moment for a wicket to fall, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel got a free leg breaks, mate. I can wear this off spin. Bowling, John Wick. Bowling, John Wick. Oh, Lord. Move again.
That completes a successful over for Kevin Wickham. It's 234 for 7, and that's the 72nd over completed. And as you heard Kimberly mentioning the 250, we remind the viewers that once a team gets to 250, they garner a batting point, and you get 300, so you get increments of 50 afterwards for a point. 300 is another point. 350 is another point, 400 is another point, 450, and so on, and so forth. See, Billy Heaven in the stands as a JCA president.
Let's go down, man.
Cumberbatch is coming back for another over.
And I'm thinking that Craig Brathwaite is thinking that if they can get rid of Morris, they are well in control of the game, even though 7 wickets is down for the Scorpions. We know the lower order batters can bat, especially Gordon Bryan. If he gets started, he can get some runs. But I tell you, it's really, really hot here in Kingston. Feels like 96 degrees here.
Boy, man, keep going, Wab. Keep working, boy. Come on now, Greggy.
At one point, the Scorpions, they were at 113
Working, man.
for 5.
Scoring.
Many thought they wouldn't have gotten to 200.
Morris has presented the full face of the bat for all the deliveries bowled so far in this over. And because the field is relaxed, doesn't feel as if he's under any pressure. He's just blocking his temptation of going over the top. He's batted 104 deliveries now.
Sorry, Steve.
Go, Morris.
Clipped away. It was around his front pile. A little bit of oohs and ahs behind the stumps.
That's over, balls.
That completes the over of Shaquille Cumberbatch. And the score is now 235 for 7.
That was a maiden bowl there. Still 234 for 7. They want to bat carefully to get that 16 runs to get the batting point. That's the main objective now for the Scorpions. They're not going to take any risk to go for the big shots. You see they're having a conversation there. Take your ones and your twos. You get that 16 runs. Well, make that 15.
Back your leg, right?
So another bowling change. And Jair McAllister is back. He's bowled 12 overs so far and has taken 2 wickets to go with Shaquille Cumberbatch's 1. So that's 3 wickets for pace bowlers. They need 5 to get that fast bowling point. The Barbados spread. So McAllister is back with 4 men out deep on the onside and punch down to long off. Easy does it for Romain Morris, who you sense is setting himself to get to that 3-figure score.
And it's a good time to bring back Jahir. It's a new batter at the crease. Derval Green. Want him to at least try and pick up the wicket here.
Short and his ball dragged on. The extra pace. It's the undoing of Derval Green and a good move by the captain Brathwaite. He's rewarded immediately. And McAllister strikes again. as the middle stumps stumbles and tumbles, similar to the Scorpions' innings.
That-
Green can't believe it.
Yeah, and that's what I just said. Bring him on. It's a good move. The Derval Green is a new batter. First delivery been faced from Jahir, and he's been sent back to the dugout. He's gone for maybe one, I think. And the 8th wicket is down.
Middle.
That one seems as if he was in the shot too early. Derval Green. Get a chance to look at the replay again to see what exactly transpired, but he wasn't in any position to play a full-blooded cut shot based on where I am standing. Yeah, wasn't close to it. Didn't get over enough to play the shot. Really just used his hands. And the ball just cannoned into the stumps from that under edge. So the new man is Gordon Bryant.
Every game. Sorry, Osman. Sorry, man. What about Sarva? What about Sarva, father? What about Sarva? And the only Martin encouraged with that. What about Sarva? 2 legs up? 2 legs.
Gordon Brand, the new batter to the crease. The score is 236. 8 wickets down.
Big shot from Gordon Bryant. No night watching now. That's gone all the way for 6. What a blow. And he taps and says, get back to McAllister, the big pacer. That went all the way. He's in a no-nonsense mood.
That's a tough shot there. He was well in control of that shot. And he knows that they need that 250. I guess that was the message that was sent out to him. Try and get the 250 before we lose any more wickets. They moves up to 242 now. And Gordon Bryant, once he gets the delivery to be hit, he's going to hit it. And he sure did. It's a new ball. Guess that one is traveling down to the water front here in downtown Kingston. Hits that one really hard out of the park. And I want to see how Jahir is going to answer now.
Gordon Bryant has been given the role to protect the more established players so far in this season. He hasn't shown that. No, he's showing that he can be the main man. He tried to dab that one down to third man as he asked for permission to leave the crease.
7 runs and a wicket from the over.
Additional change to the field here. So he was bowling without a fine leg. He has a fine leg now as well as a backward square. So there's a signal to Gordon Bryant that he's going to be short again. He's trying to heave that one over mid-wicket. It was a length delivery though and got the inner half of the bat.
Try not to rush the shots though. because we saw the wicket of Derval Green was in the shot too early, as you said, Jerome.
McAllister goes round the wicket, short. And Jonathan Drakes, who is under the bat, does the fielding to complete the 73rd over at 242 for 8. As Gordon Bryan marks his guard with serious amount of energy to tell the bowler that I am the big man here. 70 to Romain Morris. He's the top scorer. 240s in the innings. Carlos Brown and Kurt McKenzie. They probably feel aggrieved that they have left a lot of runs out there as well. This pitch has looked flat. Looks like a typical Sabina Park wicket now. Once it gets to the mid-afternoon, into the second day, it's very easy to bat on, traditionally.
Point, dangerous, see. So change of bowler. Morris, left arm around to you.
So, another bowling change. I think Shaquille Cumberbatch wouldn't mind either. He was starting to look a little bit tired. So Jamel Warrican with 3 for 60, including the wicket of Jermaine Blackwood. To Romain Morris.
Good inning so far from Romain Morris. He was put down after tea or just before tea. Really capitalizing on that chance. He's at 70. I think he's looking for that century mark. Being very watchful and playing the bowlers respectfully.
Driven firmly down to long on. He was itching to get that run, Romain Morris. Let's see how he goes about maneuvering the lower order and how he paces himself. Asians are looking to make a fielding change. They've asked Zachary McCaskey to get another helmet so he can go under the bat.
After seeing how he played that first delivery and put it over the road there for that massive 6, don't think they would want to take him lightly here. He can hit it really hard. And they would want him to stay there until the end of play, not trying to bat carelessly.
There's a loud appeal, and Warrican is not happy with Gregory Brathwaite again. Slapped his thigh in frustration. That was hitting the pad first, actually. That one hit the pad first. Heard Romain Morris telling Gordon Bryan that he's coming at him, which means the ball is coming towards the stumps. So he has to stay leg side of it, and the finger goes up this time.
Well, it takes a little delay from umpire Brathwaite to raise the finger. And Gordon Bryant can't believe it. He think he was full stretch down the ground. But another one bites the dust for the Scorpions. The 9th wicket is down. Looking at the replay here, Jerome.
He was definitely hit in front again. Similar to the first one. Got his pad in front of the ball, hence the bat came down late.
Well, he's gone 243, just 7 runs away from that 250 mark that they are targeting. That's the Scorpion. But 75 overs completed. And Gordon Bryant, he's gone. Now I'll hand over the baton to Keswick Williams, who will join Jerome Foster.
So 4th wicket there for Jamel Warrican. You knew it was going to happen. You think that the Scorpions now will have to try to get as much as they can. It's not about batting out the rest of the day from here. Overs left for the day. So Jair McAllister has the ball in hand. So the Barbados Pride, they need another wicket to get that fast bowling point in terms of from a fast bowler. And let's see how Romain Morris goes about playing out the rest of this innings. So Keswick Williams has rejoined us. Jair McAllister getting some last words from his captain. And the Barbados Pride would be pleased that they have won the toss and now on the brink of dismissing the Jamaica Scorpions, because the first session really didn't go as planned.
Good to be out of the breakout room. Had a little bit of a shut eye. Not entirely closed though, Foster, but had to keep a listening ear out. Heard a lot while I was gone. But I'm back and Jair McAllister is back. It's 14th over. Picked up a wicket his last over. Picked up the wicket of Derval Green.
Pulls that one all along the ground and he sends back Shields. So he's going to farm the strike here. Romain Morris. So let's see who wins the battle.
Well, it's been very entertaining between both players. Romain Morris and McAllister.
This is in the air. It goes down to fine leg and it goes all the way. He just flicked that one away. It wasn't an aggressive shot. He just used the pace to help it on its way.
Effortless.
Yes, it looked as if he was out of control for a minute. But in his eyes, he was in control. He didn't look perturbed or perplexed at any point.
He was in no sort of control with that shot. But gets it over the boundary for 6.
Backs away and thuds it down the ground. Mid on, mid off, they can't get it.
And he's going to take on McAllister. It's been a little bit of chemistry between both players. Spank straight back down the ground with a lot of power, authority as well. Straight past McAllister for 4.
And the 250 comes up as well for the Scorpions, 253 for 9. So they score that batting point. I'm going to ask you a very important question. If Romain Morris survives this over, which only has a ball to come. McAllister 3 for 54. Hasn't bowled badly.
Don't jinx him. Come on. Don't do it.
Yeah, I've been on a roll.
Been on a roll all day, even in a different country.
Backs away again, and it goes to mid-on. He drops it. Oh, no.
I'm done for the day. I'm gone. Foster.
It went straight to Cumberbatch, and he dropped it. It was easier than the one he took earlier today.
Haven't you done enough for the day, Foster?
Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not saying anymore. I'm not saying anymore.
Even in another country, you took the wicket of Jordan Johnson. I've been listening. I was in the breakout room, but I was listening.
Yeah, I won't mention anymore.
Ah, you jinxer. Every time Foster says something, it happens, huh?
Yeah, it does.
He's jinxing guys in a different country. That should be a batting point there for the Scorpions. It should pass that 250 mark.
Yeah. I was
If Romain Morris can shields
I figured that
for
was
the
coming.
next
I figured that was coming.
5 overs,
Yeah.
he can get 100.
Sure.
That would really be good for him, though.
I think he's going to tee off in this over, by the way.
I don't think so. To Warwick, and it's very. The thing is, he's such a miserly bowler. He bowls to his field. It's kind of hard to tee off against him. What I can tell you is that he cannot stray too much outside of off stump.
Yeah. He loves that over cover region as well. Romain Morris. Turns it away. OJ Shields was adamant that he should be on strike now. And Morris is on 83. And 255 now for 9.
Stop, steady. Leg stump. Pull the left arm around. 3 deliveries left.
As you heard there from Gregory Brathwaite. 3 deliveries to come in the over, which is the 77th. I think everyone in Sabina Park is hoping for Shields to survive these 2 deliveries. Spun past his bat. Romain Morris doesn't even
What are you
look
thinking?
worried.
What are you thinking?
He has to
One
block.
that slides back into Shields,
Yeah, I think this
or
one is gonna.
one that will spin away.
I think it's gonna target the pads, especially since that ball spun past the bat.
This is going to spin.
You think that? You think that?
This one is going to spin.
All right, let's see.
Bringing in an extra slip and bringing over the skipper to cover.
I told you.
Slider, you won.
I told you he was gonna go for the pads.
You've been on a roll today, night.
I could have been a bowler at some point. And that completes
I
the
see.
77th.
Now he's messing up the conversation. Huh?
So it's gonna be Romain Morris on strike. And what he has done so far, since OJ Shields has come, is that he has batted the first 3 deliveries. And then he has thought about aggression with the final set of deliveries in the over. I was about to ask you before I jinxed him with that chance to.
Glad that he acknowledged the fact that he did.
Yeah, they're gonna take drinks now. They're gonna take drinks. Is that I was saying if Morris gets to 100, which I think is going to be the ultimate goal, would you then declare as the Scorpions to just negate that possibility of giving up the bowling point?
At this point, it's about batting as long as possible. Don't think that they should declare, get as much runs as possible. I think the most important thing here now would be Morris getting to that 100 mark, and then anything after that is a plus. Because so far the fast bowlers for Barbados have 4 wickets or so. If my mic serves me right, McAllister picking up 3 and Cumberbatch picking up 1. Warwick has about 4.
Yeah. Well, 3.
3.
Well, 4 because he did get Gordon Bryan and the other one going to Kevin Wickham. Yeah. So it's 4 fast
So
bowling.
at this point, it's about getting as much runs as possible and not too much about the bowling points at present.
Yeah. And given the close nature of the game as well, the teams in terms of the point standings, it really probably doesn't matter at this point. Because I think that the Barbados batting is quite solid once they get off, and if they're able to get going. You want to have enough runs in the bank as well to say that you can play with.
Well, they haven't really been batting too well.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing for
the Scorpions.
For the Scorpions. But we're having drinks break. Umpires are having a little chat, and the ground staff as well just remarking the crease. So we'll be back in about a minute or so.
So we're back here at Sabina Park. And we're back with Romain Morris in the 80s with the Jamaica Scorpions in danger of being all out. He's on 83. He waits on Jair McAllister. Big, burly, fast bowler. I'm Jerome Foster, and alongside me is Kesrick Williams from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Best island in the Caribbean.
You didn't even say that a week ago.
It's just that it's just all up an opportunity, the right time as well.
Morris backs away. That's a lot of power, but it's on the ground. And only fielded by, that looks like Kevin Wickham. Can sense what the plan is from McAllister. It's to bounce him out. chess game right now. So there are 4 men on the onside boundary. There's a long off and a deep point. And that's down the ground again. Shane Mosley is going around and he goes all the way for 6. And Romain Morris is in the mood here. He sensed that he can get the 100. That's another meaty blow from the left-hander. Small but powerful.
That's a really good shot.
And the more he swings and connects, the more the Scorpions will feel as if they're going to get closer to 300.
Can't wait to see him at the white ball format. Looks
Backs
like
away again and clears the boundary again. That's even a better shot. A top shot.
as long as you go in the arc, you would go out the park, and that one was in the arc. Really well played. Power. Look out, Antigua and Barbados Falcons.
And guess what, Keswick?
Romain Morris is on the rise.
Yeah, he's in the 90s now, by the way. He's one hit away from a century. Ten fours and 3 sixes. 124 balls faced.
Looking so positive is Romain Morris.
2 to come in this over. He goes again and he's caught. No, it didn't carry. Sorry, my bad.
You get so excited at times.
Too
It's like
excited.
you're always on the edge of your seat. You always do two things. It's either you jinx someone or you're always on the edge of your seat.
The glare of the sun. Blame it on the sun.
Gotta keep an eye out for you.
I thought he should have looked for a single just now, by the way.
Get off strike?
Yeah, get off strike.
I don't think so. You're sending OJ Shields on strike to
I think
the fastest bowler in the team.
just one delivery.
So the best bet for me now, if he comes in the slot, this last delivery,
Carry him.
you go at him.
Yeah.
If he bowls a good delivery, you take that single, puts you on strike for the next 6 balls.
Yeah. He goes over mid-off. Well, it goes in the air, and first slip is going back. He won't get there. And they ran 2. I don't think that was the right choice. Should have run 1. They didn't count the balls properly.
And he just realized what he did.
He just realized what happened. He's now up to 97. And it's now 269 for 9.
He must be so upset with himself. He's allowing OJ Shields to
How
bat
would you
the
feel?
first
How would you feel as a JC seeing that his head is so down and low, as if there's no confidence in me?
That's the wrong question for me. It's the wrong question for me. How would I feel as Jamel Warwick? I'll feel good because I may get another wicket here. How would I feel as Romain Morris? That's the wrong question for me, Foster. I don't know that feeling at all at this level. I've never had that feeling. So I wouldn't know how to even feel. I don't even know if I have feelings for a 97. I don't know if I'll ever know how a 97 feels at this level. But I could tell you one thing is that Jamel Warwick is full of confidence to picking up number 4 here.
Yeah. I think
Number 5, sorry.
He fancies his chances against Shields, who has shown good defenses, by the way.
Now, just going down the leg side.
And what he has done in comparison to Gordon Bryan is that he has stayed leg side of the ball. He's not pushing his foot into the ball and then trying to get out of the way. So he's allowing the ball to spin past him. And he gets a round of applause from...
You can hear the crowd outside, the dugout, the spectators.
to the edge. There's a shout of catch.
Jamal Warwick, and as you notice, just going a little, didn't go as wide as he would normally go to get that one to angle it in, because he's looking to kind of spin it now.
I thought
Whenever
that
he's bowling the one that's angling in, he will go a little bit wide of the crease. Oh no,
Oh
OJ!
no! Oh no!
Oh no, OJ! Come on! You must be disappointed as the batter at the other end. This is unbelievable. Hard luck. As a fellow Jamaican sitting next to me, I want you to say something about that, Foster. It must be gut-wrenching.
It is. Not gut-wrenching, but a little bit of a heart-wrenching moment for Romain Morris. He walks off on 97. He really and truly deserved 100. OJ Shields couldn't negate that delivery from Jamel Warrican. And the Scorpions, they have been bowled out for 269. And it was good bowling, by the way, from Warrican. He slowed it up and tempted Shields. And he's bowled. It looked ugly in the end. And Shields goes for a duck. And Morris is left stranded on 97. A very good innings comes to an end. And so too the Jamaica Scorpions innings. It promised so much. And it promised to be more than 269. But after slipping to 113 for 5, I think they're going to take that 269 with open arms. And Jamel Warrican picks up yet another 5-wicket haul. In first class cricket. Disappointment for Morris. But you have to give credit to Warrican, who really bowled this team into a good position here. And that is his 20th first class 5-wicket haul. And I think that Romain Morris, of that final delivery from Jair McAllister, didn't realize that it was the final ball, ended up running 2 and gave OJ Shields 6 deliveries to face. And it was 4 too many, because the Scorpions have now been dismissed. And I'm going to give you the scorecard now. Chadwick Walton, 5. Carlos Brown, 40. Kirk McKenzie, 40. Leroy Lugg, 13. Jermaine Blackwood, 18. Abhijay Mansingh, 5. Pete Salmon, 24. Derval Green, a duck. Gordon Bryan, 6. OJ Shields, the last one out. A duck from 6 deliveries. And Romain Morris left stranded on 97. Heartbreaking for the left-hander, who played so well with 10 fours and 3 sixes. Hakeem Jordan went wicketless for 30 runs from 11 overs. Jair McAllister, 3 for 69 from 15 overs. Shaquille Cumberbatch, on his debut, 1 for 62, 2 maidens from 15. And Jamel Warrican, as I mentioned, 5 for 62 from 27.4 with 6 maidens. Rashan Primus, none for 18 from 5. Craig Brathwaite, none for 5 from 2. And Kevin Wickham picked up the wicket of Pete Salmon for 11 from 3 overs. So, I think the Pride will have to face about 4 or 5 overs before the close of play. So we'll take a break and you can rejoin us then. So we're back here at Sabina Park. And it's the first innings response for the visitors, the Barbados Pride. They have knocked over the Jamaica Scorpions for 269. And 5 wickets for Jamel Warwick on his 20th in first class cricket. .97, the standout score for the Jamaica Scorpions, and that was for wicket-keeper batter Romain Morris, who fell agonizingly short of triple figures. He was left unbeaten, but Jay Shields couldn't negate that final delivery. Well, the fourth delivery of that Jamel Warwick on 28th over, and it's going to be Craig Brathwaite and Zachary McCaskey, the opening pair, 2 right-handers with 4 slips, a point, and a mid-off for Gordon Bryan, who aborts his mission. I mean, Morris is behind the stumps. So you have 4 slips. Doesn't normally operate with that gully fielder. 4 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, and deep fine leg. Craig Brathwaite is easy behind that. As usual, short on runs, but not short on time is Craig Brathwaite. Keswick Williams is here with us. It's a reflection on that Jamaica Scorpions innings that you felt was like a innings of 2 halves, really.
I would definitely say some positive came out of that innings. Romain Morris again showing his class. Playing as well. Like if he's so accustomed to this level, showing some maturity. Just a lacking awareness there. That last over from McAllister, where he take 2 of the last delivery. Just a lapse in concentration, leaving O.J. Shields now to bat those 4 deliveries from Jamel Warwick. But a really good innings.
I agree. It was a top-notch innings. He came in with the team at 113 for 5. Did Morris. I remember that he was dropped in the 30s by Shane Mosley. The easiest of chances you would see going around at first class cricket. But he didn't put a foot wrong after that.
It was a really good comeback by the Scorpions. Losing Chadwick Walton pretty early. Leroy Lugg, who came in to replace Bonner, didn't stick around too long. Neither did Abijay Mansing. Carlos Brown had a good start. Also to Kurt McKenzie. Pete also always looks confident at the crease. But gone is with ball in hand.
Nice outswing again. Saw that natural movement as it left his hand. By the way, Romain Morris' innings had 126 balls in it, 10 fours and 3 sixes. A strike rate of 77. So he scored 58 of his runs in boundaries out of the 97. But there was some authority at points in the innings.
The only disappointing thing I would say with that innings is Romain Morris not getting into that 300 mark. You would have really loved to see him getting past that, getting past that 100 mark. and getting Jamaica past that 300 mark would have really good to see. But that's the end of the over. First over from Gordon Bryan. Which is Shields. I'm sure he would be upset with himself. I sure do hope that he used that energy in his bowling. Just a couple more minutes left before the end of the day's play. I'm pretty sure that Jamaica would be looking for some early inroads.
Gonna be steaming in from the Michael holding end. Craig Brathwaite asked the cameraman to get out of his line of vision. He's ready to face Shields. There's a difference when you play at the test level, because that cameraman has been here for the last couple of matches and he has been in that same position and not one batter has asked for him to get out of the way.
I'll tell you something. When he play at the other level, everything bothers you. I could remember Steve Smith was batting in a game, and those little, we call them buggy, that moves around the ground.
No ball signaled by the umpire, Jacqueline Williams.
The buggy was passing across cover, and he stopped the bowler. I was like, what? That buggy just moved. Get it out of the way. But I don't know. That never bothers me, though.
I think they have different eyesight. You're not
Because
there long
growing
enough.
up, I used to bat and I will never see a side screen. It never bothers me. As soon as I played into the international cricket and I went back,
Everything
and I'm
bothers
batting
you.
there, yo, you need to get that. You need to get a side screen here. That's what you call the international view. Leave us alone.
I think Brathwaite is looking upwards of the stands. He wants everything clear.
It's an international view. If
Yeah.
a plastic bag even blow down there right now, he would walk out of it. Nothing's wrong with that.
It's his preference. Nothing at all is wrong with it.
Even a hummingbird, I will walk out of it now.
I just found it strange that two other games were played and no one picked it up. That one shaped away with pace and bounce. Turned Brathwaite square, and that's what extra pace can do. But he's used to this. But he's not looking as comfortable as you'd want your test opener to look. Out of form, searching is Craig Brathwaite.
That's usually how he would start his innings.
Tends to bat a lot of balls.
He's a type of player that can, as a bowler, he can frustrate you. Doesn't have a wide array of shots. But what he does is he weigh you down as a bowler.
Good bounce of that. To sway out of the way. Getting a lot cooler. That means play is coming to an end pretty soon. Another 19 minutes or so to go. And does his speciality in his leave alone, Craig Brathwaite. Almost shadows the ball, passing the bat to complete the second over, 2 without loss. Gordon Bryan continuing to Zachary McCaskey, and they're going to get 2. Takes the score up to 4 without loss. That one was angling into McCaskey from Gordon Bryan, who over the last 2 games, I think he picked up 8 wickets. Importantly, just for the Bajan public and for some of their players, is that he moves the ball away. That's his stock delivery. Shapes away from the right-hander.
Well, the good thing about him is that he shapes away the new ball. But with the old ball, he's even better because he shapes it in as well. He's not a tearaway fast bowler, but he has enough pace. And with him hitting the areas and seaming around the ball like that, he has enough to take the edge of batters.
And he has asked for the man at 4th slip, who is Kurt McKenzie, to get into mid-wicket or a straightish square leg. He's going forward of square now. And he's just a little bit different in terms of the height of the men in the slip court now for the Scorpions. It was a rather shortish slip cordon in the first couple of games. And Leroy Lugg's inclusion makes a world of difference. Stands at over 6 foot. That would have been Abhijay Man Singh prior to this game. Short. And that's going to be runs. And that's going to be 4 of them. That's beautifully played by McCaskey. Got on top of the bounce. And got over it. And the ball went off the middle of his blade.
Really well played. Both players just came off that tour in Australia. McCaskey didn't play any game, but pretty sure he will make his international debut pretty soon. He's a class player. Looks a good player when he's in. Hits the ball well on the up. Pitch a perfect drive.
He loves a cover drive, doesn't he?
Actually, his first trial game at age 19, he scored a 90 not out. Never really got the chance to break into Barbados team, so for about 3 years or so, he went to England to play club cricket.
Nips back from Gordon Bryan to McCaskey. They tend to do that, don't the Bajans?
That's 4 balls.
That completes the 3rd over at 9 without loss. That was a similar situation with Shea Hope as well.
It's actually good. You learn a lot being the pro in England, playing league cricket in England for whatever division or whatever club you're playing for, because as the pro, you have to socialize with everyone. They look to you to do almost everything. So as a pro, it kind of groom you into the player that you really want to be. Played in England for about 3 years or so before he could actually break into the Barbados team. Didn't really take him long to get into West Indies team either, because a few of his innings that he played were remarkable innings. I can remember the other day we were doing the CCC Jamaica game and someone played a shot and you did say it was the best shot of the day. And I said, don't say it yet, because the last time I heard it, I was on air with Matt Floyd and McCaskey played a shot to cover and he said it was the best shot of the day, and then he second ball played even a better one. So he's a class player, likes his technique, takes his time as well to get in.
He did play for the Weeks team last year. Ended up playing for the West Indies A afterwards. Zachary McCaskey has found himself in the senior team, in the squad. As that one goes down to third man, Jermaine Blackwood shows his pace. Reduced the score to 2. And it's now 11 without loss. I think the Scorpions would want to have the ball as new as possible for tomorrow, because they think it's going to be a long haul. I expect Pete Salmon to bowl a lot of overs. Full delivery again, it goes to backward point. So the man from cover comes out and goes into the slip cordon. That's Leroy Lugg. Makes it 4 slips. No gullies. Walton, Blackwood, Mackenzie, and Lugg in the slip cordon. Takes the outer half of McCaskey's bat to point. And it's obvious that he's an off-sided player.
Favors the offside. Goes down the ground as well. Plays for Windies in Barbados.
And that's the over. Second over for Shields today. It's 11 without loss after 4. So the Barbados spread, they trailed by 258. So the Scorpions were dismissed for 269. Romain Morris, top scoring with 97. He was left unbeaten. 5 wickets for Jamel Warrican, who was born in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as we have been reminded all day.
Let's go, gents.
Stephanie Taylor there in the backdrop. Jamaica women's captain, former West Indies women's captain.
Go, Craig.
Arguably one of the greatest women's players of all time.
Usually come here and train by herself. It's just amazing to see. She would be here doing what she knows she have to do to get herself fit for cricket.
See Andre Coley there having a few words with some of the Excelsior players, Excelsior High School that is. They're in the Issa Grey Shield competition, which is the urban area cricket competition here in Jamaica. They're unbeaten. I think they're the team to beat, by the way, in the urban area. Same players from last year. And they went to the final last year, so you figure that they're going to be the team to beat. Gordon Brand, he's thinking about pricing out a wicket here for his captain. And the Scorpions, I think they desperately need a wicket to just say, shift the balance of the day to being even. You see Wayne Lewis there, former Jamaica opener, in the orange shirt.
No one weep aboard.
General Secretary, I think.
He's not one of those players that you're going to price out his wicket. You actually have to work for it, especially when he's not really in form. Skipper Brathwaite So Brian Garner really would have his work cut out here against the West Indies skipper and Barbados skipper.
Getting closer to the end of the day's play.
This is normally the time that you find a lot of players sort of close down after a long day's play.
4 slips are down.
That man, Pete Salmon there, he will have his work cut out for him as well tomorrow. Look at him, that's him, Pete Salmon.
Going to be bowling 20 plus overs if the Scorpions are not able to get a lot of fast bowling wickets early tomorrow.
Well, they do have Green coming back in the squad.
And straighter to Blackwood. And that completes the 5th over, a maiden for Gordon Bryan, who has been tidy in his usual fashion, as we have seen this year. It's 11 without loss. I think with about 7 minutes to come, we'll probably expect another 2 overs or so, maximum. I think with people like Craig Brathwaite at the crease, it might turn out to be 1 over. Use that experience to slow down the game.
Keep going, fellas.
Let's see how Roger Shields will finish the day.
Down
Starts it down the leg side.
yeah. Has pace, you can see that. Still believe that he needs to be a little bit more upright when he's delivering. He's falling away. So his left shoulder is almost out of the way of his left shoulder by the time he completes the delivery. It's about tends to fly down the leg side. That was bad from Pete Salmon. He was charging into a ball that had pace, rushing towards him. I think Shields would have probably preferred to bowl to McCaskey.
Last couple of minutes of the day's playing. A lot of the players hoping that something happened.
Scream of no from Craig Brathwaite. Lot of pace on that one. Was on his toes, Brathwaite.
Not one that at this level that really gives away his wicket. Haven't really been scoring much this season.
We just know that when he scores, it's going to be in bulk.
You just never know.
There are people around the region who still doubts him, to be quite honest. I find it unbelievable.
Can't doubt a man that have probably over 10 test hundreds.
He has 12 to be specific.
Can't doubt a man like that.
No. Heading towards 6,000 test runs.
playing for a while, correct? 89 test matches.
It completes O.J. Shields over at 12 without loss after 6.
89.
I remember vividly when he made it his test debut. He's 18 years old at the time, Craig Brathwaite. It was against Pakistan. Vividly remember that series. Gordon Bryant to bowl the final over of the day. The Scorpions batted 78.4 overs for their 269 and just gonna get through the scorecard during this over as we wrap up things here for the day. McCaskey left that one alone. Chadwick Walton was the first to go for 5. Then it was Carlos Brown for 40. Then Kurt McKenzie for 40. Leroy Luck followed shortly after for 13. Abhijay Mansingh made 5. Jermaine Blackwood 18. Pete Salmon 24. Derval Green Duck. Gordon Bryant 6. O.J. Shields last man out for naught. And as we said, Romain Morris left stranded on 97 with 10 fours and 3 sixes from 126 balls. That one was the in-swinger. You saw it from the release point. And as I said, the Scorpions dismissed for 269. Barbados Pride, they are 12 without loss, so they're trailing by 257. Taking the wickets for the Barbados Pride. Jamel Warwick on a 20th first class 5-wicket haul, 5 for 62, 6 maidens, 27.4 overs. Jair McAllister in his first game this season, 3 for 69, 15 overs. Shaquille Cumberbatch making his debut, 1 for 62, 2 maidens, 15 overs. And the other wicket to Kevin Wickham, 1 for 11 from 3 overs. He bowled 1 over of leg spin, and the other 2 overs were off spin, and he picked up the wicket of Pete Salmon with the off spin. Russian Primus, none for 18 from 5. Captain Brathwaite, 2 overs, none for 5. Akeem Jordan, who opened the bowling, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. A couple deliveries to go before the end of the day's play. Watchful as ever is Zachary McCaskey, who has 10.
He would be very watchful. He wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary now. Close up play soon. He'll be very mindful of that. This should be the last over of the day's play.
Will be. A lot of talking around the bat. Comes into McCaskey, who plays it easily. They won 3. Brathwaite is coming back. And they do get 3 to close the day. And that is 15 without loss, the Barbados Pride. And a good finish to the day for the Pride after they won the toss, elected to bowl first. They had the Scorpions 10 for 1, but the home team got to lunch at 72 for 1. Reduced them to 113 for 5 afterwards. But a fighting half century from Romain Morris propelled the Jamaica Scorpions to 269. And now the Pride, they are 15 without loss. You could say honors even. Some would say advantage Barbados. Craig Brathwaite will resume tomorrow, the captain on 1. And he'll be joined by Zachary McCaskey, who has 13. And from me, Jerome Foster, here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica, for this West Indies Championship third round match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. It's goodbye until Thursday's second day.